and Russia uses this fact in their propaganda messages to say how much support worldwide they have. In fact, we usually don't demonstrate this slide, but we're going to show it just as part of this event of this session. So also going back to why Russia recruits foreigners, because they are afraid of social strain and criticism of government with a new wave of mobilization, which they can avoid if they recruit foreign citizens. Also, we have included an aspect that may be of interest for representatives of international community. You saw this figure, 18,000. They will just they will go back to their countries afterwards, but the parade, and we can support that in 100% cases, that they cooperate with either FSB or other services, and that's why these are potential risks for the citizens that join the Russian army. So Ukraine upholds the principles of humanitarian, of international humanitarian law, and there are 5 camps that have been set up in Ukraine, and there are 3 penal facilities and 6 pre-trial detention facilities. So now all international or foreign combatants, they are kept in one camp, and in one of these camps, so we have 136 foreign soldiers, and they are from 37 countries. So they are held in captivity by us. So, and there is a film about them. We have we ran this film at a Paris session, and so this is about the daily life of such captives. And one more slide that to support what I've told you, that Russia's war is the war of aggression. This is the war of invaders, and we have the determined that 46,327 Ukrainian citizens in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine were recruited to join the Russian army. That's what we know for sure. 5,368 from Donetsk region, 4,650 from Luhansk region, 5,368 from Sevastopol, 560 from Zaporizhia region, and 478 from Kherson region. And this is from 2022 through July 2025. This statistics is supported and also by the Russian side as well. And we managed to get this data as part of intelligence operations. Russia has been doing all to eliminate our population and to invade the territories of Ukraine. So 16% of captives are our citizens, and 6% of them are residents of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. This is quite a lot. We realize that these are our citizens, and we as a state realize that we have to take the right decisions when there is a request from the Russian side to exchange them, because this is something that boggles our minds when we have to exchange the Ukrainian citizens for another Ukrainian citizen. And our law enforcement bodies, they work with our citizens, and of course we do all to prevent them from going back, so that they stay. And of course, and we are planning either during this plenary session of Verkhovna Rada just to introduce certain amendments related to our citizens that are being held captive, and there are some captives that have been that have received the so that have been justified, and we are doing everything to bring them back to civil life in Ukraine. So we have another bit of statistics. So in fact, these are our citizens that are being held captive by Russia, and they're using them against us. 4 units have been created that are part of the armed forces of Ukraine. So four of them: Bogdan Khmelnytsky battalion, Alexander Matrosov squad, Maxim Krivonos battalion, and Martin Pushkar squad. These are the units that engage with their combatants that were held captive by us. So that were held captive, and for example, one of the members of this battalion, Maxim Krivonos, he used to be a Ukrainian soldier of the armed forces. Then he was taken by Russia. He was held captive there, and then he was repeatedly held captive by the Ukrainian side. I want to leave a project. This is the project that we have initiated, and one of the aims was just the voluntary submission, so to say, of the and we wanted to show, in fact, the community, the situation at the front, and the war routine, so to say. So as part of this project, so over 400 Russian combatants voluntarily just were subdued, and but over 50 million visits to the project website we have, out of which 43 millions are in Russia, and we have an opportunity to publish the data, the verified data, through committed citizens of Russia, of Ukraine, in the occupied territories, to show the real figures. And through this project, we also publish the names of the foreign citizens to show the countries, so that the citizens, those citizens have signed a contract with the Ministry of Defense, and So out of those, there are people who have turned to the coordination headquarters, and we are doing a great job together, and we have managed to stop the recruitment in those countries. Nepal, for example, if in 2022 there were 1,000 Nepalese who signed a contract, so when we started working with the government of Nepal, this dynamics has decreased, and later on, like for October 2025, just one Nepalese citizen signed this contract. So this is great dynamics. This is a unique project. Maybe there is a similar one in one more country, and so it has a wide reach. YouTube awarded this project with a silver button for the content that we put up there. And in terms of statistics, in terms of making public the relevant information, vetted information, we do it through this project. I want to leave. I think that that's it. Thank you, General. This has been a very interesting and insightful presentation.
The comparison is really striking, the comparison with the European countries, and that fact that unfortunately the trend is probably more negative in terms of the number of fighters.
Speakers, and actually General just mentioned Nepal, and I would like to turn to Pramod first to discuss the situation in Nepal, because this country was also the first that appeared in the media extensively in terms of many citizens of Nepal participating in the Russian aggression. Although, as you were underlining several times during the meetings that we had within the conference, that Nepal politically is...
They abstained or voted against Ukraine. Nepal stood with people of Ukraine. So that is our commitment to the people of Ukraine and the Ukrainian forces who are fighting for the spirit that they believe in. Coming to what the issue that was raised by Maria, I think I didn't get the data from the previous speaker. I have heard that around 8 prisoners of war exist in Ukraine, and according to several media reports, there are almost 2,000 Nepalese who are serving the military forces, or they have participated, or you can say signed contract so far, which is a huge number, because the data shows that apart from Africa, there are 10,000 foreign forces, and out of 10,000, if there are 2,000 Nepalese, it's a huge number. So it's a quite remarkable number. Now, what is the motivator that forced that? I think first is the poverty in Nepal. I mean, Nepal, when there is political instability, and per month you can't make more than $200 in many parts of Nepal, especially in western part of remote Nepal. They are given the recruitment agency are saying that you can make $50,000 a year, or you can make $10,000 a month. So those kind of misinformation is one of the major factor. So poverty of Nepal is a major target by recruitment agencies there. Second, Russians were very much interested in recruiting people of Nepal from South Asia, from Asia, because of the legacy that we hold, like Gorkha Regiment, that have served the British during Second World War, and we still have Nepalese force in Nepalese army. Nepalese forces also protecting the Palace of Singapore, where even King Kim Jong-un and Trump summit was protected. So Nepalese are known for this kind of fight as a fighting force. That is one of the major reasons that Russians were targeting Nepal. There were a number of recruitment agencies very active in the country, not only Nepalese, but even the Russians, where they were offering different, like a job fair. You go around, get the people, and then provide them all kind of visa that can take them to Ukraine, to Moscow, and recruit them. So that was a major factor that we witnessed when we talked to the people there. Obviously, there were lots of fake promises that $50,000, a citizenship, all the medical facilities, every wound is insured, all kind of propaganda that were there, that was also the major factor that brought many Nepalese to Moscow. And that was the reason that Nepal government banned Russian television in Nepal at the time, around 2023. Apart from that, as the previous speaker said, many are forced, they are trafficked in the name of better jobs, in the name of scholarship to study in Russia. So when they land up in Moscow, they come to know that that university does not exist, or they are promised a wonderful job, and then they said, oh, you don't have a job anymore. They hired someone else, so they're nowhere. So they're forced to join those kind of fighting forces. What they have done is they have done massive use of social media, blackmailing emails, or you can say different kind of activities that they got involved. If you are in a minor crime in Moscow, you are blackmail that you'll go to prison, or you have an option to fight. So those kind of issues are quite common among the prisoner of war or the people who are serving in Russian military. If you look at the data, the first Nepalese that was available for the media was in May 2023, that we come to that Nepalese are working in Russian military. And we came to know that around, before August 2023, very few used to join, like 2 to 3 people per month. And within short time, it reached to 30 per month. And there was also a time in October 2024 where 400 people joined just in a month. And that it is that time where Nepalese media started to highlight these issues. And it came into media very aggressively, and the Nepal government started to work on that. And Nepal government pressurized Russian not to recruit because it's illegal. There is no any, like we have a certain agreement with India and Nepal where Nepal is allowed to serve Gorkha regiment in India. We have similar with other, like with the Britain, but we don't have any such agreement with the Russians. So it was violation of those kind of acts. So this was strongly raised, and since then there is a decline in the number of people who are joining those kind of forces. But it has not stopped because though this was strongly raised in October 2024, we saw that few were recruited even in February 2024. But the number had declined. It was not very less though, because it was almost 100 per month. And as the previous speaker said, that they also have someone who was recruited in 2025. Again, these data that we can witness are sometimes not shared by the government, because what we came to know is that neither the Nepal government expresses that they have the data, how many are in Russia, neither the Russians are sharing this. Oh, they have come on different visas, they have joined voluntarily, so we don't have any of the data about how many are joining those forces. So both sides, the Nepalese government and the Russians, are not willing to share those data because it can build strong pressure on both the government. Because if Nepal government claims that there are 500 or even 200 people in Russia, the Nepalese people will would like to see the government accountable to get them back. So that is the pressure that they do not want to deal with. So this is a major problem there. But the data, as I said, like if you look at major data media, we can see that there are almost 2,000 people there. If you look at the current Ministry of Foreign Affairs website of Nepal, it mentions that around 70 deaths are there, and more than 100 people are missing. They also said that almost 830 people, 30 families of Nepal have reported that their families are missing. So there's big overlap on the data. Like when they say there are 100 missing and they say that 130 families have reported. So you can see that the reporting happens with Home Ministry. So Home Ministry claims 830, Foreign Ministry mentions 100, while the death is 70. So there are lots of hiding the data about those issues, because there can be huge pressure on the government to address those issues. What is most remarkable is that it was quite shocking for us is that people are recruited from a student or manpower agencies, and then they get a training of 1 or 2 weeks, and then they are sent to battlefield where they are also used as a human shield, because if there are certain dangerous areas and when the Russian force don't want to go there, they send those less trained Nepalese to go and witness the situation. So that is most remarkable. And on top of that, they do not go and receive the bodies, because the moment you receive the body, you have to get insurance and every process done, and they're not interested in paying those. So they just leave, oh, it's missing, so maybe you'll find in 2 years, 3 years. That is how the health insurance and insurance company can hold their compensation for years. So that is what was found in Nepal when we talked to some of their families. Now, these issues are not being shared even by the families to the government openly, because they're scared. They think that, oh, he's missing, but if he's alive, maybe the Russian will torture them, or maybe they will deny the compensation for violating the contract, because the contract might have some clause where they say you can't share some controversial or some confidential issue. So they're scared to share those data. Now, it has impacted a lot on Nepal. People are very cautious now. We have banned Nepalese from going to Russia. The image of Russia has dented, unlike before. I mean, people used to like Russia. We didn't have any problem with Russia in the past. So, but with these issues, the image of Russia has gone very down. 345 families have openly formed an alliance where they ask our government to strongly act on these issues and make sure that their families are safe or get them back, because they are really worried about the security of their life. Second is that people are also questioning the government, because when the Indian government got all their Indian citizens back from different war zones, even some from Ukraine or some Russia, Nepal government has not acted on that. So people are strongly coming on those demands. Different agencies that are working in recruiting those Nepalese in Russian forces, they were arrested. Almost 20 were identified, and 12 has been punished for that. And since there is a massive decline in the number of recruitment, the government is also asking Russian government to provide compensation of those who are killed. And what is happening at the moment is that different civil society is coming strongly at the moment. Ukraine is quite visible in Kathmandu, unlike in the past, because we had very less information about Ukraine. But I think this is the war that has brought both countries together, and I think we should take it further so that we can work for the people of Nepal, at the same time work together for the common suffering that all of us are going through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pramod. Now we're going to stay Asia and we'll proceed with India, which is slightly different case from Nepal, even though it's a neighboring country. And indeed, Pramod just mentioned the appeals of Nepali government to Russia in order to return its citizens, which did not succeed, unlike India. And Prime Minister Modi publicly mocked Putin for this recruitment. After that, Russia returned Indian citizens back. But now what we see, unfortunately, is that the recruitment of Indian citizens is back. And just recently, Ukrainian armed forces captured the first Indian prisoner of war, which, by the way, was recruited not from India, but from Russia, which is also remarkable. And we don't have to forget about the source of recruitment in the face of those people who are already in Russia for migration, like for work or studies. So why do you think that this recruitment restored, actually? So for me, it looks like also a demonstrative move of Russia, that they don't care about India's requests. And do you think India's government will take again this strong position and would demand that their citizens are back?
Thank you, Maria. As I've discussed with you many times. So India is the example of successful example of international advocacy on this issue. To put things in context, in total number of 170 Indians, more or less, were recruited while they were students, or maybe like from India, and around 90 of them, came back in the last 3 years. The recent number is right now, and that has been put in the parliament. And I think India has been very transparent on that. The number is 44 right now. Around 12 of them are missing, and I think 1 or 2, are in captivity. So this is very much a success story, when it comes to international advocacy. The recent spike, to answer your question specifically, I think this has been on the radar of the Indian ecosystem, whether that's media, civil society, the states in question, the state governments, the central government, and various other stakeholders. And on this issue, we have been on the same page as the Ukrainian government. Legally, or even from society, there is no traction on this issue that Indian citizens should fight in Russia. Legally, there's a provision like Indian citizens cannot fight in other countries, 1955 citizenship law. So there's absolutely no provision which allows that. As you asked, why a recent spike? I wouldn't call it a major spike. Maybe like 12 more Indians were identified. Yes, I come from a place which I was in touch with you. And this boy, we have been in touch with, boy's family, as many journalists. We came to know that, he landed in Russia on 4th of August, 2025. And he was in touch with the family. And in 1 month, someone contacted him, like a lady contacted him, which is generally the pattern which I think the army officers, the military intelligence will know what exactly is the pattern, because, when they interrogate the POWs, they come to know about it. So, and then this guy said, like, I'm going on a mission. And, suddenly this person went incommunicado. And there are like 3 states, like, it's Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, the Jammu part, and the Haryana. Many of these areas are catchment areas of Indian Army too. So it's just not a poverty-related problem. Many of these boys are, there's a pattern of migration. They go to the West, etc. They want to make quick money, quick bucks. As I was sharing that report with you, and I think the army officer right now, he also mentioned, we're talking about, from Indian context, like we're talking about big money, like, 20 to 60,000, this is what he said, 20 to 40,000. But what I read was like, $80,000 for 1 month, in 3 months actually, like
But that's something that is being recruited, actually, or advertised. I mean, not the real.
He was told that he'll be paid that amount when he was in Russia. So it's a complex array of factors. To cut the long story short, you have to keep this issue on the radar, work at many levels, because India is big country. You have 32,000 Indians, students in Russia, one of the largest in the world. They are like structural vulnerabilities. You have to make sure that this issue you have it on the radar screen, and this doesn't happen again. Again, I may mention, Asian diplomacy is somewhat different. Having worked at the UN level, many things are said in private. Jaishankar right now is in Moscow, the Indian foreign minister. He's met Lavrov, etc. So they're already talking about the labor mobility safeguards. When Indians go there, Indian government in private, they are raking up this issue that, make sure that, this kind of a recruitment doesn't happen. So many of the things we may not know, like in Asian style of diplomacy, many things which you say in private may not come in the open. But on this issue, definitely there is absolutely no green light from any stakeholder in India. But at the same point, you have to work continuously. You have to work at many levels. For instance, I understand you're in right now in a war-like situation. The capacity is limited, the resources are limited. But at the same point, whenever you engage, it's not state to state level. You also make sure that you engage with parliamentarians sectarians in question, the states from which this recruitment is taking place, as I said, it's not strictly a private poverty-related problem in India. You know, when you're talking about when they're lured for $80,000 or $40,000, that's big money. You know, for a middle income or, you know, country. So I think it's continuously advocacy is required for that.
Just one additional question, the brief one. So recently there was a story actually from your home city, right? So just briefly, can you describe like the normal people's reaction? So how do they perceive it? Do they perceive it as something like bad, which is done by Russia, or just like the guy who accidentally got that? Like, does it affect somehow the perception of Russia and the Russian aggression against Ukraine?
Definitely, there's no doubt about that. When, to again put things in perspective, when, you know, Russian aggression took place, it was around, you know, the end of COVID, 2022, February. Many Indian students were stuck in Kharkiv. And this was continuously in the media, like, you know, that we have to rescue them. So there was enormous sympathy, you know, for Ukraine. You know, here's a big bully acting against, you know, relatively militarily a weaker country, and this shouldn't happen. So, you know, and coming from, you know, a country which has, you know, a kind of a Cold War legacy, this is really important. And like, you know, I keep on telling you, like, don't see things in binaries. You know, it's not black and white. You know, you just cannot see, okay.
For Ukraine, pretty much.
Yeah, I understand. It's a difficult situation for you right now. But at the same point, you know, the world, you know, international, you know, engagement is always in gray zone. You have to find nodes of convergence. But on this specific issue, there's definitely a shock. Like, you know, for that, you know, for that place, like, because I come from that place that was all over media, and yeah, the family is terrified. You know, if you see the video, like, you know, which I shared, the mother is like completely shaken, the entire family is shaken. They are appealing, and they appeal to, you know, the parliamentarian, like, of a neighboring constituency is, you know, he's a minister in the Prime Minister office. So they have a, you know, de facto approach Prime Minister Modi in that respect. So this issue, it will remain on the, you know, will remain important. You know, when it comes to Indians, you know, in this, you know, this issue, this specific issue of fighting with the Russians, there's absolutely no traction, you know, at any level from India.
Yes, thank you so much for this explanation. This is important. Thank you, Love. And now we will depart to Africa, to the African continent, and specifically to Kenya. So now, actually, we talked to Wellington like maybe half a year ago for the first time over the phone. And as we're preparing jointly with the Truth House the report on foreign fighters, so I got in touch with Wellington because he is researching the issue, at that point was researching the issue of recruitment of young Kenyan women to the Alabuga Start project, which is another Russian scheme, I would say, where they engage young women in order to work at the drone production factories, and that's how they became a legitimate target for the Ukrainian military, by the way. So, and we were discussing this issue, and I was wondering whether there are already cases of foreign fighters recruitment from Kenya. At that point, there was no, but that was in the air, I guess. And now we can see that there are Kenyans already in Ukrainian captivity, so prisoners of war, but also, like, it's become an issue at the highest level, state level. It's been commented by the head of state. So, Wellington, can you explain, like, what's going on and what's the reaction of the government? Do you see any, like, efficient steps in order to stop this? Is there a will to stop this, and how the society reacts in Kenya?
Thank you, Maria.
Презентацію вимкніть, будь ласка.
And thank you for inviting me back to Ukraine. It is my second time here. The first time I came was 2 years ago. We met the President Zelensky among a team of 10 African journalists from 11 countries. This time I have sort of explored Ukraine more because we walked around Lviv and then Kharkiv. Then Kharkiv, I had a very interesting event, a moment that I have recorded, and in fact, I'll tell the story back home, which tells of the resilience of the Ukrainian people, who I consider my warriors. We went to an underground school built by the Ukrainian, of course, the people of Ukraine, to ensure the education of children continues despite the war. And I think we were told that the school is 30 kilometers away from the border. And I had a moment where young Ukrainian children were really excited to see a person who looks like me. I think it is the first time in their life. The effect that we had back in Kenya was the grain supply issue. Months after the war, we had increased food prices, and it was because of the blockage of sea routes that bring grain to East Africa and the Horn of Africa. That was the first thing, 6 months after the war. That is towards the end of 2022. And then 2 years into the war, the reports started emerging from media and civil society of Russia recruiting construction sites. But then the target at that time was young women between the age of 19 up to the age of 25. And I was given this story by my friends in Zambia, some of the African countries that have suffered this. And then, of course, in May this year, the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, the GIATOC, is one of the very established civil society that does research on transnational crimes, released the report on that Alabuga, the Russian economic zone, and informing that actually, which is a story we reported, informing that nearly several Kenyans were part of the women that had been lured, to get jobs in Russia, but then of course ended up in war factories. So we reported that. This is beginning. Of course, even before the GIATOC report came out, we had started reporting based on our sourcing. We even established that there was one Kenyan woman who comes from one of the villages in the country that was in fact used in a Russian propaganda video, which denied that the factories in Alabuga are making drones that are used to attack Ukraine. So we made a lot of reports as a group, as a media house, reporting on Alabuga. And then, of course, now the real story started. Of course, we kept reporting of the Alabuga stuff and how Russia was upping populistic games to say how good it is and it's offering jobs, using the Africans that had been trapped and were working in factories. So we confirmed that, in fact, from my own country of Kenya, there are about 21 women. We are still investigating to even reach their families, which is a story that we will do and report. And then, of course, now it came to the big story. In September, young men came back home and contacted us. We were not aware that actually Russia had been recruiting Kenyans, using agencies that recruit people, promising them jobs to Russia. And because Kenyans look for jobs outside, not only Kenyans, of course, all the East African countries, people look for jobs. They go to Saudi Arabia, jobs in hospitality, security, and then skilled jobs. And so about 2 young men contacted us, telling us that they had actually returned from the front lines and had been saved by the Kenyan embassy in Moscow. And then they gave us material that we used to do this story. We saw that it was a big matter that we had to inform the whole country so that the government of Kenya can act. And that's why we did this big story on the front page of the oldest newspaper in the country and the region. It's called The Standard, where we got pictures of young people who were trapped on the front line. It's okay, good. So we splashed the images of these young men. We had gotten documents of them traveling. The young men who had been saved and had come home to tell the story gave us their harrowing experience on the front lines and how, when they were recruited by agencies in Nairobi, they were promised jobs in supermarkets, as I've said. But the moment they landed in St. Petersburg, things changed. They got into a bank, spoke to a man who looked like a military man, telling them that from now going forward, you do not speak, you only do what we tell you. And then they did what they were told. They signed documents written in Russian, signing a lot of stuff, which they did not understand. Then off to some military training where they were trained for 5 days, and you're given a gun, and then you're placed on a truck and off to the front line. You've never tested a gun in your entire life, yeah? And then you're taken over to the front line. And you get there, of course, to the front. So the story that we published, of course, the one you see, the harrowing tale, I don't know whether most of you would read the English, but harrowing tale of Kenyan man forcefully enlisted into the Russian army. He survived because he got injured, and it's because it is a drone, which he says a Ukrainian drone, yeah, hit the whole team and killed even the Russian officers who were leading them. And so they go to hospital, and that is where the Kenyan embassy officials now found them. So we kept reporting that, and then of course the following day the government now responded after we had this big story on the front page that Kenyans were stuck in Russia, and we had taken pictures of them. So the Kenyan government, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, who is also more of a prime minister of the country, did this statement of 2 pages. It's too long, you cannot read the whole of it, but he admitted that the government is aware and has been speaking to the foreign ministry of Russia to ensure that Kenyans that perhaps have been lured to the front line are brought back home, yeah? So, of course, after the government spoke, and then Kenyans, what followed was Kenyan families, yeah, speaking, because the whole country now started speaking. About 10 families came and then spoke to us in the media. The mother came from one of the towns, yeah, because she had seen the picture of his son on the front page that was fighting on the front line. She came. Then, of course, went to the Russian embassy and asked for her son, yeah, in Nairobi. The embassy told her that we did not give a visa to your son to go and fight on the front line, so we don't know. So she started speaking to the government. So finally, the reaction of the government, as I've shown, basically the Kenyan government has been speaking to the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs to find a way of removing these Kenyans that were lured into the war. Because there are 2 things here, how Kenyans and other East Africans have ended up into the war. One, we have retired military officials who go there for jobs to work. Those are mercenaries. Yeah, they are paid. They are trained military men. We have several Kenyans who serve, but they go because of money, financial benefit. But we have these numbers who are quite a number, and we counted almost 300 young men who are on the front lines. The embassy of Kenya in Moscow has only established contact with about 82. But now the most interesting response of the president of Kenya, William Ruto, as you see in this tweet, he seemed to call the president of Ukraine and not the president of Russia. Because Russia is the country that is entrapping our youths. It is not Zelensky. So we also did the story, and we've been asking the president why he would want to speak to Zelensky about releasing Kenyans, because the majority of them are not the prisoner of wars that basically formalize, as we've seen the report from the coordinating office. That is a formal way, that is okay. But actually the majority are on the front lines and have been entrapped by the Putin administration. So the response by the president in a tweet that he has had fruitful conversations with the president of Ukraine and discussed various issues, expressing concern why young Kenyans who have been illegally recruited to fight in war in Ukraine, he missed a point a bit, and we have also reported it. And I think this is something that we are still reporting back home in our media. So that I think the person that the Kenyan government should speak to is Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. So that is my experience in Kenya, Maria, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Wellington. So I guess that this statement, Russia waging a war against the African villages, is a pretty strong statement. Thank you for that. And actually, when you look at lots of the stories that are published, for instance, by the coordination headquarters of those prisoners of war, they don't look like iconic mercenaries. They look like people who were somehow like, for God knows what reasons, just appeared there. And so this is something different, which sometimes is being described as a predatory recruitment, which is a pretty good definition, I guess. So, and now I would like to turn to Munira, who will zoom out. Luckily, we don't have Malaysians, as we know, fighting for the Russian army, at least not to our knowledge, and it's not something typical for Malaysia, definitely. So, but I would like to ask Munira to zoom out as a security expert and provide her opinion on this whole story of this predatory recruitment, how it looks within the broader Russian strategy, warfare strategy, and how it looks also in the region, because you can see some parallels with other forms of predatory engagement of people from your region. Please, the floor is yours.
Доброго ранку всім. Дякую, що запросили мене. It's an part of this discussion today. It's funny that you mentioned that, because as I was getting ready this morning, I happened to be glancing to the news back home, and it seems that Russia has offered about 20 more scholarships to Malaysian students.
Hopefully they will not end up in the front lines. Yeah.
We shall see. So, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has now entered its third year, and while much attention has been paid to battlefield developments, there's a darker dimension of how Moscow is sustaining this war that deserves closer examination. So let's go. To understand why this recruitment pipeline exists, we need to start with a crisis that the Kremlin refuses to publicly acknowledge. Russia has sustained over 1 million casualties since February 2022, with approximately 1,000 personnel lost every day. So just maintaining current force levels requires Moscow to generate between 30,000 and 40,000 new recruits each month. So this creates two critical problems. First, the financial burden. Russia's voluntary recruitment system depends on ever-escalating cash incentives that are draining state coffers and destabilizing domestic labor markets. And secondly, mass mobilization is a political suicide. So when Putin attempted mobilization in September 2022, as you remember, over 261,000 Russians immediately fled the country. So Putin needs a third option, and he found one. In July 2025, Putin signed a decree that may have seemed bureaucratic on the surface, but it was strategically significant. The decree authorized foreign nationals to serve in Russia's military during mobilization periods. So what makes this particularly noteworthy is that what the decree doesn't say. It provides no specifications for how these foreigners will actually be recruited. So the legal ambiguity is not an oversight, it's deliberate. So unwilling to risk another round of domestic mobilization, Putin has built what amounts to a global trafficking infrastructure. So this map illustrates just how extensive this infrastructure has become. North Korea provides the most formalized arrangements. So over 10,000 soldiers, complete with a mutual defense treaty signed in June 2024 that echoes Cold War era military alliances. So Central Asia represents a different model entirely. Russia hosts approximately 3 million migrants from this region, and we're now seeing systematic workplace raids where these individuals face a difficult choice: military service or deportation. But the network extends far beyond these regions. Syria was reportedly the earliest major source, with recruits sent for training in Russia following the 2022 invasion while Assad was still in power. So by late 2023, Cuba's own foreign ministry had uncovered human trafficking rings recruiting Cuban nationals. From there, the pattern spread. Nepal, India, Bangladesh across South Asia, Kenya, Somalia, Sierra Leone, South Africa across Africa, and most recently, Iraq. In September 2025, It exposed networks operating through false employment promises. So what links these diverse countries together is a common vulnerability: economic aspirations combined with institutional weakness that prevents governments from adequately protecting their citizens from these predatory networks. Now, it's crucial to understand that this didn't just emerge from desperation. It's the result of strategic learning over time. The conceptual foundation came from Ramzan Kadyrov's Chechen paramilitaries. They suffered catastrophic losses at the Battle of Hostomel, if you remember, and they earned the unflattering moniker TikTok warriors for their reluctance to engage in sustained combat. And despite being a PR disaster, they proved something important to Moscow. You could wage war through expendable proxies. And then Wagner took that concept and industrialized it. Yevgeny Prigozhin went directly into Russian penal colonies, offering prisoners a bargain: fight as expendable assault troops in exchange for reduced sentences. And then when Prigozhin launched his mutiny in June 2023 and died in a plane explosion 2 months later, many assumed Wagner was finished, but the model outlived its creator. So Putin's July 2025 decree simply took what Wagner had proven effective and scaled it globally. The actual recruitment follows a remarkably consistent pattern across all these countries. Networks operate by making false promises: construction jobs, warehouse work, sometimes even suggesting that this could be a pathway to eventual citizenship in Europe. The war itself has amplified economic desperation through cascading effects on food security and energy prices, making these promises more attractive to increasingly vulnerable populations. And then what enables this system to function is institutional weakness. Governments already struggling with political instability simply cannot protect their citizens from sophisticated trafficking networks masquerading as legitimate employment agencies. And then in some cases, particularly among certain African states, there appears to be minimal interest in even attempting repatriation. This structure is not entirely without precedent. There are striking parallels to another exploitation system currently operating in Southeast Asia: cyber scam compounds. In places like Myanmar, state collapse and civil war create perfect conditions for trafficking networks to operate. So both systems, the scam compounds and Russia's recruitment pipeline, they share a defining characteristic. They weaponize forced criminality by transforming victims into perpetrators. This is strategically significant because once someone has been coerced into participation, whether that's running romance scams or fighting in trenches, prosecution becomes extraordinarily difficult and rescue efforts essentially collapse. Meanwhile, those who actually designed and orchestrated these systems, they remain insulated behind legal ambiguities and jurisdictional gaps. So this brings us to why Russia's recruitment pipeline exemplifies gray zone warfare. Operations conducted below the threshold that would trigger formal international response while achieving strategic objectives through deliberately ambiguous means. The legal ambiguity is not accidental, it's the entire point. Are these individuals mercenaries under international law? Are they volunteers? Or are they trafficking victims? The deliberate opacity makes prosecution nearly impossible while allowing Russia to maintain some veneer of legitimacy. And then by using third country nationals, Moscow obscures responsibility, complicates any international legal response, and exploits diplomatic blind spots, particularly in non-aligned states. Now, recruiting foreign fighters is not inherently illegitimate in contemporary warfare. Ukraine, as we know, operates an international legion, and they do so through transparent government channels. They've certainly faced challenges, mismanagement issues, vetting failures, allegations about poor conditions, but these reflect organizational problems. The fundamental difference here is structural. Russia's model depends on systematic deception, human trafficking, and exploitation of populations who have absolutely no stake in these conflicts' causes or outcomes. The recruitment pipeline does not exist in isolation. It's part of Russia's broader gray zone strategic toolkit. So we see similar approaches in sabotage operations targeting European infrastructure, sophisticated disinformation campaigns, and ongoing subversion efforts directed at Western institutions. The recruitment pipeline serves multiple functions simultaneously. It sustains Russia's war of attrition without triggering the kind of domestic political crisis that mobilization would inevitably cause. So foreign casualties conveniently don't appear in the statistics that Russian domestic audiences see. And it weaponizes the economic desperation and aspiration the war itself has deepened through food insecurity and energy crisis. And then Western strategy faces an uncomfortable paradox. Sanctions constrain Moscow economically, but they don't end the conflict. They drive Russia to exploit vulnerable populations for alternative manpower. And as economic pressure intensifies, Moscow's incentives to escalate global South recruitment may grow stronger. Simultaneously, Western attention fragments across multiple crises, weakening international consensus against predatory recruitment practices, and the gray zone pipeline expand. They don't contract. So where does this leave us? The fundamental question is no longer whether Russia can afford to continue fighting. Moscow has clearly demonstrated that it can lure foreigners into the meat grinder to avoid another domestic mobilization. The actual question that we need to confront is how many more people must die before the international community acknowledge that this is a moral catastrophe? So for countries across the global south, the lesson is obvious. Non-alignment offers no protection from great power competition when poverty renders your population vulnerable and exploitable. For the West, policies like Trump administration tariffs and the US aid cuts, it deepens the economic desperation that Russia weaponizes as a recruitment tool. So Russia needs soldiers. The global south has desperate men and women. The rest is exploitation. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Munira. Now I will give you the possibility, dear audience, to ask several questions, although we're running out of time. But before that, I would like to turn back to General and to ask him one more question. Maybe he has also some comments on the presentations of our guests. Пане генерале, можливо, у вас є якісь коментарі щодо презентацій, які ви почули, але я вам теж хочу додатково.
So I'd like to ask you additional question. In terms of captives, we, as we know, so there hasn't been any negotiations of exchanges because Russia has no interest in bringing these people back, either home or back to Russia. What's your view on the destiny of these people? How it can be resolved, this situation? Thank you, Maria. I want to thank all our panelists. Why so? Because we have brought up important matters, and Munira has presented to us, and I'm sure that this data that she mentioned and what we showed to you can be used further to support further arguments and messages. And in the first, it is the first time that we have shown this presentation to this highly esteemed audience, and we will take it forward. We will make it. We'll be making it public to unveil Russia's crime and their actions at the front lines. I'm very thankful to the speakers, to the panelists, and I'm so thankful that they bring up these matters in their country. In their countries. But when it comes to Nepal, we can see that there is a decrease in signing the contracts. When it comes to India, we can see an increase in the number of contracts signed. When it comes to Kenyan citizens, the tendency is that the number of contract signs is increasing as of 2025. So no contracts signed with Malaysian citizens. But I'll ask you to make these findings public. And as we can see, it hampers the recruitment. And of course, we'd be happy to reach out to you and it would be great that the host countries, the families from the countries of origin, can have an opportunity to talk to the captives, and then it can be broadcasted or it can be taken further to your countries. If you're interested, we can discuss it further after this. After the event. So how the captives are held, we uphold the international law principles, and of course our president says that he issued an order to bring back all our captives, and of course we are working to reach the all for all exchange, and that's why we are working to make such exchanges happen, of course, to root for the citizens that are in line with the principles that we're advocating. For today, there have been no citizens of international countries, apart from the citizens from North Korea, Russia asked for. We can see that Russia is not interested in these citizens. We can see how they treat them, the way they treat them in the battlefield. But we Ukrainians want just a trial and punishment to those who invaded us and who are killing our citizens. That's why we want just punishment, not just for Russian citizens, but also those who under Geneva Convention is defined defined as a combatant. The convention doesn't really specify whether you're a citizen or which country you're a citizen of. But there is a definition of a combatant. So our task is to achieve a situation where our citizens can be exchanged for combatants. We have cooperated with the countries of origin of the people that we keep captive, and we have received the pertinent court decisions and the paperwork from the Prosecutor's General office to extradite a citizen of the country that can be just classified as mercenary, and this extradition has to take place in the closest future. And also it is there is a case where a citizen of Russia, there is a confirmed case, and just we have to extradite this Russian citizen because his country made a request for his extradition. He killed another citizen in the occupied area. So, as you can see, despite Geneva Convention that was as of 1949, is still being upheld, even though with improvements we're trying to reach out to human rights and advocacy organizations, and we set an example of how it should be done. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the floor?
If we have several questions, we will take several questions and then we will go for a break. Hello, Zhanna Vespichuk, BBC. My question is to colleagues from Kenya.
Whenever you prefer.
Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so I have a question to the colleagues from Nepal, Kenya, Malaysia, and India. But before that, I just want to share our experience. As a journalist, I covered with my colleague from Egypt the story of the citizen of this country, Egypt, that fought in Russia, in the Russian army on its side, and he was taken in the captivity by the Ukrainian forces. And then what we found out, it was very interesting and important, and for Ukraine too to understand, that this Egyptian citizen, he was deprived officially by his president of his citizenship for participating in this war on the Russian side. The legal base for this was that he didn't get the official authorization from the defense ministry of his country to take part in the war, in the armed forces of Russia. And also it happened approximately at the same time when the Egyptian president went to Russia to meet with Putin and to participate in the parade to the 9th of May in 2025. So the decision of the president regarding this citizen of Egypt wasn't in line with his foreign policy towards Russia. My question is, can you just draw the wider picture when it comes to the decisions that the political and military leadership of your countries and defense ministries of your countries take decisions that they take with regard to the citizens of these countries that take part in the war on the Russian side? What are these decisions with regard to the citizenship, whether it happens elsewhere too, that citizenship is taken away from the people, and with regard to the official consent or authorization to participate in the war on the Russian side? It'll be really very interesting to know. The colleague from India told already a little bit about this, that there is no legal base for the citizens of India to take part in the war on the Russian side. But it'll be interesting to know more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. Any more questions from the audience? Please, we'll take one more and that's it. Sorry, one. Yeah.
Добрый день.
Hello. My question is to Dmytro. I would like to ask you, you gave us statistical data regarding the involvement of foreign fighters in the Russian army to fight against Ukraine. Can you tell us the North Korea who participated in this war? You didn't give this data because they didn't make any contracts with the Russian army. How were they engaged in this war? Because from what I understand, they are not part of this data, right? Thank you. Okay, we will start with the...
Take the floor first, please. And that will be the final remarks also.
Thank you. To answer the question by the lady, I think she's a journalist.
Yes, BBC journalist.
BBC journalist, Ukraine. In Kenya, Kenya does not prohibit in law a Kenyan serving outside gainful employment as a military person, whether for America or whichever country. But I'm aware South Africa does not allow its citizens to serve in the military in another country, but Kenya does not prohibit that. What has been happening, the way the government of Kenya has been treating these returnees is that they are victims of coercion and a network that dupes them into things they did not offer themselves to do. And so when they come back home, they are assisted by government authorities to come back to life, and they are no longer victimized or even enter any legal processes against them. They are treated and then, of course, gotten back into society. But the agencies, what has been happening in Kenya now, the agencies that are shipping these Kenyans to Moscow and Russia, there is a very thorough investigations and several have been closed. Yeah, there is investigations on other agencies. Some, in fact, there were several arrests in the country in September after the return of these two men, and others are returning back. So those who return, who come back, are not treated as, they are treated as victims. So they are helped by the state, public hospitals and all that. So they are not victimized through legal means, no. What is happening is that the agencies that now ship them abroad are the ones being investigated and prosecuted before the authorities. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. Love, please.
Yeah, that's a very pertinent question that, what happens. So, when it comes to, the boys or men who are enlisted while they're in Russia, that is very much seen as, they're victims of human trafficking or, the system which is in place in Russia right now. But when it comes to recruitment agencies, 4 persons have been arrested, and there are like 19 cases being, which have been slapped on various persons. But when it comes to these boys and men, I'm not much aware of this, whether they are being charged or not. I guess, I was also talking to Maria, this morning, and she was also saying that, it's more of a, they're victims. Whether there are laws in place which says that you can be stripped of the Indian citizenship, etc., etc. But you have to see the context. These boys are in Russia, and then the families are reaching out to the politicians, and then the politicians are reaching out to the political elite, bring them back. So it's more of a, it's more of, seen as a problem of, victims of this war, Russian war against Ukraine, rather than they being responsible or having the agency to join, Russian army. So, but definitely when it comes to recruitment agencies and the people who are running the show, there has been a crackdown. But at the same point, as I said earlier, this should continuously be on the radar screen because, it's a big country. It's, 1.4 billion we're talking about. There are varied issues, which the bandwidth of the political elite is limited. So I think it has to be like the country in question, like right now, it's Ukraine, which is...
Knowledge, I don't know any Malaysian who has been fighting for Russia yet, but I can draw from 2 perspectives to answer your question. Firstly, Malaysian law criminalizes mercenary activities. That means that under Penal Code Section 125, it prohibits our citizens from waging war or taking part of or abetting any actions of war against any government or any state or any country at peace with our king and our country. So that's the first provision. Secondly, I would draw from our experience with the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. We've had instances in the past when we had Malaysians going to Iraq and Syria as foreign fighters, and we have the strict policy of repatriating our citizens. So this is the kind of framework that I expect we would be working with assuming if there is a Malaysian fighting for Russia, I would expect that we would be taking a similar response. We would have to go through the repatriation process, bringing them home, and then process them, put them through assessment, go through the whole rehabilitation program, go through the court sentencing, and all those, and also monitoring them. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Pramod, please.
Actually, there is no legal base for any country to hire Nepalese as mercenaries apart from India and Britain. And we have proper agreement on that. We have a Gorkha regiment. Even Nepalese can't join any regiment. Nepalese can join only Gorkha regiment of India and only Gorkha regiment of UK. They can't join any other regiment of that country. So there is no legal base. Only factor that attract Nepalese to those kind of fighting forces is economic base. Second is that most of the time they are hired, you'll be serving a very less, something like a cook or driver where you are not in threat. So that is how they try to attract them. And at the same time, they use a proxy route. None of those recruiters ask them to fly to Moscow through Nepalese route. Either they go to Dubai and then fly from there on tourist visa, or India, or Colombo, which is like where Nepalese forces can't, Nepalese immigration can't track them. So, and the government has worked on that. I mean, there is strong pressure from the people, and that's why we can see that, you can say Russian TV was blocked and immigration are strict on that. Nepalese can't go to Russia at the moment, but still they are using different embassies on other countries and trying to go on tourist visa, and then they reach there and try to change their visa. Actually, what we have seen is that in the past, there was only men who were going to Russia. Now they have started recruiting women because they were less, I mean, they were not in radar. So that is a change in Russian policy at the moment where they're trying to try the other gender. After the arrest of 2 people who were involved, things has declined. But again, you know, those people said, oh, we had recruited not for this purpose. We had recruited them for as a cook or in a service industry. And then they themselves voluntarily changed their profession there. That is how legally it's so vulnerable that they don't have proof. I mean, the stories that came from Ukraine only let us know that this is happening. Russia is not sharing those stories. Or some of the verdict by the families, like, oh, my son was suffering with this. He said that he's in that industry, and then he was very uncomfortable working those, but he said that he'll come back. So those stories are the real, bringing us the fact that is there on the ground. So I think these kind of issues has to be there. Again, like when Nepalese joined those mercenaries, the moment they join, their passport are with the Russians. And they can't even escape. It's not that they can go from any other route. So they are under control. They're not allowed to move. So the moment they are landing, I mean, they are under strict control of the surveillance. It's a military who is observing all the time. So there are different networks, like people who goes to Dubai for a job, and they don't get a job for a week, and they land up in Russia. You know, how is it possible? So it's like there's a network of recruiters, or you can say agents, human traffickers who are involved in that. People are going to Africa for a job, people are going to Europe, and they land up in Russia because they take them there and they say, oh, you don't have any luck here, so why didn't you try to Moscow? So that is how different routes are being targeted. And one of the very interesting points journalists said that I think this discussion with the captives are very important. If you can bring those stories, like talk to those families together, I think that will bring a huge kind of pressure on the people and the government, where they'll be aware of those. I think that is very important at the moment.
Thank you. We will discuss it after the discussion. So, Pane Generale, ваш коментар.
So your comment will be final. Thank you for this question. I think you have many questions, but we are unfortunately limited in terms of time. So when it comes to coordination task force, coordination center, the way we address recruitment, first of all, we make this information public, including our I Want to Leave project, and also our representatives, our MFA, in other countries. They are working with the relevant societies and governments. Another route that we are taking, it's our intelligence units. They are using military attaché. Many countries, Ukraine, our Ministry of Defense, they have connections there. And through these connections, we can find a common language, and we can get in touch with the relevant military representatives and politicians of those countries, and also put pressure on that recruitment or stop it altogether. When it comes to North Korea, it was a good question. The reason why? Because the figures you see, they are not about the North Koreans. Because North Koreans, they are not the soldiers of the Russian armed forces. They are not mercenaries in our sense, in the sense I was explaining. They are the soldiers of the Korean army. And when you raised this issue, when they fought, they actually continue to fight. They are there. That's why when we are talking about North Koreans, it's a separate regular army of a different country. And the North Korea, in that way, they support Russia, either militarily or through different other supplies and other resources that they provide. And in the first days or month, when we received documents issued to North Korean citizens, of course, there were military papers issued by Russia to make sure that when they are captured, they could introduce themselves, or when they die, for us to see that this is a Bashkirstan national or some other national of some ethnic minorities, but not North Korean. And we also have another important issue around the North Koreans. The issue is about also South Korea, because they are also requesting for these citizens to be returned, because in the constitution of the South Korea, all citizens are citizens of the South Korea, and they view them as their citizens, even those who were captured as North Koreans. And now we have this dilemma. Russia is asking for these prisoners of war, the North Koreans. We know about them. This information is public. Russia is asking to get them as a tribute to the North Korea, but also the South Korea is requesting and approaching us to get their citizens returned, because they believe they are their own citizens. And this is a kind of dilemma for us. We can talk about that for quite a while, what to do. Either we exchange our own Ukrainians or we make a political decision. And as I said, we are in favor of just punishment. And if you remember, I told there are 3,080 foreign fighters that made contracts. The contracts ended, but they continue to fight in the armed forces of Russia. And we have cases when we exchanged Russian soldiers who were captured, and they returned to active fighting. It took them from 1 month to 2 months. So nobody is rehabilitating them. They don't have a possibility, unlike others. They are not allowed to get demobilized. They go back to the fighting zone, and they were recaptured again. And this is happening. It's not random cases. And after our captivity, when they were exchanged back to Russia, and Russia reused them. They, on a mass scale, they write certain statements that they don't want to get exchanged. They want to stay in Ukraine. They want to stay in Ukrainian camps, because the conditions in the camps are much better than the conditions in the army or in the Russian penal colonies. That's why there is a certain percentage of Russian POWs who refuse to get exchanged. And under the Geneva Convention, we are not able to exchange them without their consent. That's why they are in our camps. So when it comes to foreigners, where is the certainty that when we exchange them, they will not go back? Just an example of the contracts ending and 3,000 people, until they kind of until they get scrapped by Russia, they continue to fight for Russia. Thank you for this detailed response. And we will thank all our speakers, all our panelists and guests who came from different countries. We are really grateful to them for this concern for Ukraine and for their work, of course. And we thank to the general for his work, for the coordination center's work. I really visited the camps, and I can confirm that the conditions there are adequate. I think in line with the Geneva Conventions. Thank you for joining this discussion. Just a statement from me. Next panel will start in 15 minutes, so don't go far away. Thank you.
Dear guests, please take your seats, panelists, the floor, because we're going to have rather insightful discussion.
Like any place you want.
So let us start. So our timelines shift a little bit in terms of our discussions. So we have so much to say. We have so much to discuss. So our next discussion, our next session is about the girl power, about the women against violence and oppression worldwide. So I'm going to moderate this discussion in 2 languages. Also, I'll switch between Ukrainian and English. So, in the first place, I'd like to thank everyone who has made it here to Ukraine, to Kiev, and such times. So this is quite a responsible decision. And so here, as part of this panel are courageous women who will share their experiences, how you can withstand authoritarian pressure, the pressure of displacement, and so on. In Crimean Tatar language, there is a language, Kuch, if I pronounce it right, which means the resilience, and that's what we're going to discuss today. And another important thing I'd like to bring up today, this session is going to be dedicated to the females that are not with us anymore. Victoria Omelina, it's important to mention her, human rights advocate who documented war crimes and was killed by a Russian missile in Kramatorsk. She was just in a restaurant, so we lack her voice these days. But every time we are having such sessions, we have such events, it's important to mention her, to mark her everything that she has done and her inputs. So we're going to discuss the experiences of different countries. So first I'll introduce all the participants, the panelists, and then I'll ask them questions. So we have Lenya Omarova, Leila Seidbeck, Annie Maudi, and Ana Vasquez Calmenares. And we are going to have Anna Suharova online. So I think that we could start with a short video. It's a public ad that was prepared by Nomoses project, and we're going to hear the voices of women who have lived through the captivity or the occupation, sexual violence, and it will remind us that women are powerful individuals that can speak about dignity, respect, and their power. So the video contains graphic content. So this is the story of Yulia. So the house was my safety and my box of memories, my treasure. I was taken from this home together with my husband, and my children were left alone. How do I take them from the torture, from their memories of torture? Will they ever feel safe? Will I see them again? I can consent to anyone. Just bring my children back. Don't give them to the orphanage. This is Natalie's story. Mom, you haven't taught me what to do. What do I do when I'm claimed and I'm not guilty? When they shut me down in a place of no existence, when there is nothing, there is no fresh air, there is no sun, there is no well. I can just see a small bit of sky, and I'm taking it like a crumbs of bread. And there are the memories of the world that is so warm, where I am together with my family, where I do what I love, where I teach children physics and mathematics, and I'm now in darkness that is pressuring me. I'm doing the math sums to myself so that I can keep sane. How do I keep these memories of sanity? Lenya's story. So I was detained illegally. I was deported to Russia as a very dangerous criminal. But what are their claims? I just learned 6 months later, I was kept in solitary confinement. It was just me and myself. What is it hiding? The years of imprisonment, the friends I will never see. I'm talking to the objects in my cell so that I remember what my voice sounds like, so that it scares the darkness that is around me. This is Ludmila's story. I was imprisoned for 3 years and 13 days. From the first day, I believed that I'll be set free, but it is so hard to survive when you don't know for sure if you will see a ray of sun. For 3 years and 13 days, I was kept in this cell. I never saw fresh air. I never saw the sun, but I knew that I was waited for. I know that I would return. Remember me, please remember me, I beg you. So as of the beginning of 2025, about 20,000 civilian women and men are held in captivity, and the exact data we do not have of how many people are held in captivity, and almost 80% of people that are kept in captivity, they undergo sexual violence. So this humiliating silence following the video speaks a lot about our feeling, about how much pain these stories contain, and at the same time so much power. I'd like us to hear a voice of one of the women that was part of this video. This is Lenya's story. And this is a vivid example of how Russian occupation and Russian regime on the occupied territories, temporarily occupied Crimea in particular, is a target. The women are the target. They're persecuted. They experience violence. They experience so many horrid things that we have heard today. Lenya, I just wanted to ask you, just share your story. The arrest, the captivity, the prison, and the source of power to withstand it all. Hello. Thank you for this question, Irina. Greetings to all, to those who are with us. In the first place, I wanted to be clear on the definitions. What are political prisoners in Ukraine? If globally, these are people who withstand the regime in their own country. In Ukraine, the situation is much more complex. It's completely different, I would say. These are ordinary people that are leading their ordinary, normal lives. They build homes, they bring up their children, they love their country. But once just a third party country just invades and says it's our territory now. So, respectively, everyone who thinks the situation is different and expresses their views as opposing the third country's stance, then, as for example, you can just do anything. You can join the rallies. You can even do a manicure in blue and yellow colors, and then you are a prisoner. You are imprisoned by the third country. They experience violence, violent treatment, and so on. My story started in 2014, probably. Before that, I was living in Eupatoria, in a sunny city. If you've been to Crimea, you probably know it, or you've heard of it. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea and said that it was their territory, their home, from then on. And I decided that it would be safer for me to move to the mainland Ukraine. I moved to Kiev. I continued my studies. And then I worked. But my closest relatives, they were still in Crimea, as most of Crimean Tatars. And tragically, or we're obliged, especially the elder people, just stay home and never leave Crimea. I'll explain later why. So it happened so in my family that my father got sick, and I wanted to go back and visit him. I'm sure you would do the same. But as soon as I tried to cross over to Crimea, I was arrested. In the first place, I was abducted. Then I went through an 8-hour interrogation, and then I was arrested. At first, they told me that I was crossing the border at the wrong place, or maybe I was violating some procedures, and I tried to appeal, and somehow I managed to find a lawyer who filed this appeal, and in 90% of cases, people are just imprisoned, and that's all for good. And they never give them any opportunity to talk to a lawyer or to their family, so that they can put them under psychological and physical pressure, so that they can break their spirit, so to say, their will, so that they can confess to the crimes they have never committed. So I managed to find a lawyer. I managed to file an appeal. 3 months physically. The building of the prison, there was this white car. They put a sack on my head, and they abducted me. Following a very difficult, a very harsh night, I was taken to court again, and I was imprisoned again. And then there was a carousel of, claims, a fortnight of this. They were just really putting me under pressure. They were shifting me between the buildings so that they could hide me from my lawyer. This lasted for 6 months. In 5 months' time, exactly, an FSB officer came to me and said that I was a spy. That's what their claim was, and that I had to confess to a video camera, but I refused. And then they threatened that they would take me to Moscow. That's what they did, and for 1.5 years, I spent in one of the harshest penitentiaries of Russia. So until I was exchanged in 2024, thanks to the coordinated efforts of activists and civil society or politicians and the coordination headquarters. Unfortunately, my story is not unique. There are thousands of stories like that. And the scary thing is that most of them we cannot trace. And because Russia considers them, those people, to be their own, its own citizens, because it issues passports to them by force, even though this this pressure is illegal action. This is part of their repressive policies. Well, for now, we don't know about 80% of people that Russia is hiding. And what is scary also is what is happening to women. They're being abducted. I'll give you a name. Helena Dovhopola, who is 70. She's 70. She's from Crimea, and she's a pensioner. And she was abducted. She was tortured, and they were trying to break her fingers. And they sentenced her to 12 years in prison. They called her. They claimed that the state treason, and they claimed she was a terrorist. Oksana Synerjuk, Irina Danilovich, Khatija Boyukjan, Yara Ekskambetova. So you can Google them. And I cannot tell all their stories or each story, but they are available online. Most of these people are under psychological and physical pressure. They experience sexual violence in many cases. We have to bring it up. We have to denounce this on every level in the civil society. I think that the second part of a question would be on the everyday struggle. The Crimean Tatar women and the women of other origin that are living in the temporarily occupied Crimea, they become a target for the occupation authorities. What is their struggle like on the daily basis? Maybe you have some examples or tendencies that you'd like to share. I'd like to share about the movements of Zlamavka and Zhovta Strichka. These are prominent. These are our pride, our source of inspiration. In the government-controlled areas of Ukraine. In fact, physically being in Ukraine and newly occupied territories, well, it is scary because you're under pressure from Russia. They arrest people every day so that it's made public, so that everyone can see it, so that others are intimidated to send a message that you can be next. And they're doing a lot to foster that. So just imagine, it's okay, I think, to worry about, to be concerned about yourself, about your own family, and to be careful when possible. But we have Zlomovka and Żółta Striczka movements that are trying to pronounce their stance to show that the occupied territories, they don't give up, they will not surrender, and that they believe that these territories will be brought back under Ukrainian control. We have, we celebrate Independence Day, and what they do, the representatives of these movements, they just wear small yellow and blue ribbons, and they put it up on online, on social media, their faces not showing or blurred. Of course, in Crimea you can learn several languages, Ukrainian, Russian, and Crimean Tatar, but in fact, the learning of Crimean Tatar language and Ukrainian language are subdued, and there are volunteers who are trying to teach the younger generation of those who have been under occupation for 12 years. These youngsters, they cannot learn a language, but these volunteers, they give them free of charge classes. And I think that this is also a great sign of resistance. And this everyday passing of knowledge to young generation, telling about Crimea under occupation is that they do different appeals, and this is taking an action, and even when they step into courtrooms during the trials against political prisoners, it's also about taking an action. There is a book by Osman Aritmemetov. I highly recommend that you read it. You can also join the initiative of writing a letter to our political prisoners, either in Russian or in English. Those should be, otherwise they won't pass the censorship. Like Osman that I've just mentioned, he visited the court, the litigations, the court sessions, and Russians didn't like that, and they imprisoned him. So thank you. We will continue. So Lenier brought up the story of Irina Danilovich, a nurse from Crimea who unveiled corruption schemes during COVID pandemic, and the misuse of funds that never reached hospitals, I think that it is a very important bridge to our next speaker, and I'll switch to English.
Я хотів б задати наступне питання Лейлі Сейдбековій. Є різні історії, є різний досвід серед українських жінок.
Women who are fighting against corruption, not only human rights defenders, etc., shows us in a very bold way that authoritarian violence is acting through different fields. It is targeting women in gender aspects as well as women in the anti-corruption fight, etc. And maybe we can speak about some same source, post-imperial system, post-Soviet system, targeting everything, dealing with civil society and human rights and freedom, etc. So maybe I would like to ask you, Leila, about your perspective as a human rights defender in exile. How does this Russian post-imperial pressure influence Kyrgyzstan now, and how does it shape the environment for women activists in terms of safety, for example, in terms of freedoms and your possibilities to speak out?
Thank you so much. I was trying to find a switch. Apparently, it's already on. thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with all of you today. It's a huge honor to be invited to be a part of of Ukraine's fight for freedom and rule of law and democracy. So in talking about the situation in my country, I want to start with a little bit of background on what Kyrgyzstan is. So Kyrgyzstan is a country in Central Asia that has an unfortunate. Actually, it was quite unlucky to be located in a pretty complicated neighborhood. It's surrounded by autocracies, the worst of the worst type. It has a border with China. It has Russia to the north. It has Iran in the neighborhood and Afghanistan. So it's not really a neighborhood that has a lot of good examples for democracy and human rights development, unfortunately. We have followed, as a society, we have actually followed the same scenario, very similar scenario to Ukraine. We have had revolutions that were caused by corruption and human rights abuses in 2005, in 2010, and in 2020. I must, however, also acknowledge that we actually were quite good at chasing our corrupt authoritarian leaders out. However, we are still not that good at choosing a leader who will be able to stand against and take the pressure that is still coming from Russia, unfortunately, and every incoming president has fallen a victim to Russian pressure. And we're in a situation where they felt somehow that they were being given a proposal that they could not refuse, so to say. The political pressure on Kyrgyzstan from Russia is actually immense, and considering that country is quite small, it has very limited resources in terms of population as well. We are not that numerous. We're only about 6 million people. Half of which are women, some part of that are children and older people. So we do not have the force to fight with them in terms of, like, you know, if there is a threat of actual military action from Russia, there is just no way for the population to fight back, obviously. But also, in terms of political pressure, there is a thing that is called a kleptocratic club. And I know that many people, unfortunately, are not aware of the existence or do not really, they did not imagine of how important understanding that the existence of that kleptocratic network is. So Kyrgyzstan is a member of an autocracy club. An autocracy club that actually extends globally and doesn't only have countries of our region, which are Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and also includes Venezuela, it also includes Cuba, it includes Iran, and the leader of that club is, of course, Russia. For many reasons, also because Russia is actually the inventor of this very unique format of a mafia state that is called kleptocracy, which we also research in our organization, and it has changed. So the authoritarianism of our modern times is very different from what we used to have in the past, where these governments only were based either on a religion or on some ideology. They are now rather based on the idea of the possibility of governments or political elites who are leading these countries to continue being able to steal, to continue stealing the resources of their nations and to enrich themselves and therefore remain in power indefinitely. And this is something that also Russia provides to our countries, in particular to Kyrgyzstan, is the promise of indefinite rule, impunity for theft, and political support on the international arena. And in exchange, of course, our country provides a lot of resources back to Russia as well. And as, for example, the previous panel has outlined, it not only provides the human resource for the war, and Central Asia really has a lot of potential in that in this regard of young men of fighting age or around 30 or 40 to supply to Russia, and they do supply as migrant workers. They also provide a possibility of laundering their wealth through Kyrgyzstan and other countries of the region. They provide the possibility of launder money through cryptocurrency platforms that they host. Unfortunately, Kyrgyzstan happens to be one of the most active areas for Russia to use in this regard. Also, it provides sort of a way for Russia to relocate its businesses into Kyrgyzstan because they're not sanctioned, and it's quite easy to relocate their assets there. So the role of Kyrgyzstan in this situation is actually quite large, despite the fact that it might seem to be insignificant. What also is quite important is that Russia puts a lot of pressure on Kyrgyzstan to eliminate its civil society, and the authorities of Kyrgyzstan have complied fully. In the last couple of years, the NGOs were forced to shut down. The activists and journalists have been forced to either leave the country or they are imprisoned. Some of my colleagues are imprisoned or under house arrest, facing quite heavy charges, such as attempt to overthrow constitutional order, organization of riots, and so on. So all of these charges of terrorist and extremist nature. Some were forced into exile, but also the transnational repression trends that are also being supported by Russia complicate their asylum procedures. The smear campaigns, which our authorities also carry out through Russian-controlled media in our region, is also an additional pressure that the civil society has to carry. The actual lack of information resources in Kyrgyzstan, as well as in neighboring states, have actually been felt especially hard after the destruction of Radio Liberty, and Voice of America is now gone. So we do not have that resource anymore in terms of information. It became a little bit more difficult for us to put out, an agenda that is not Russocentric or is not really repeating Kremlin propaganda for the people to be able to read and find out the actual facts about various situations, including about the war in Ukraine, its reasons, and when it started, why it started, and so on. And Russia has been quite effective in holding the so-called round tables, and they actually look very much to discuss, democratic things and rule of law and so on. They do meet, and they actually even stopped being very modest about the topics of their meeting. They do actually have round tables, also on ministerial level, where they discuss the threat of civil society to the stability of our government. So. And they would actually put out the topic publicly in the media to advertise, and that's where their ministers of interior and officials from the KGB structures from our countries gather to discuss what they can do to eliminate the threat of us. And I must also mention, of course, that the reason why women human rights defenders are being hit especially hard in Kyrgyzstan and other Central Asian countries is, first of all, because their activity questions the patriarchal norms which are being used by the authoritarian regimes of our countries, that they're being punished for trying to change the situation with also violence against women and girls, where this violence is actually being used exactly to suppress the women's voices in the country and to ensure that they are being oppressed, that they are being locked down within the confines of their homes. that they are silenced and that they are not able to demand anything, not from their families, not from their husbands, brothers, not from their sons, and obviously not from their authorities. And we have to understand that women in our societies is like 50% of the population. It's a huge force. So for the authoritarians to be able to keep the 50% of population suppressed like that and silenced really makes their job much easier when they, can then afterwards only worry about ensuring that they somehow, manage the rest of the population, which are male, to burden them with issues such as poverty. We have also discussed that it's very easy to fabricate, to put people in a situation where they live in poverty and only are concerned with, everyday issues and not very concerned with the political side of things. Russia does provide security assistance in repressing the civil society and women activists in Kyrgyzstan. And it must be also mentioned, and that is something that the experts and various people in the West still find it hard to imagine. We do have Russian FSB sitting in Kyrgyzstan in the same building as GKMB officers. They've been sitting there for a long time, and I'm pretty sure the Ukrainian colleagues do understand what I'm talking about, because they have had a pretty similar experience with these people. So what else can I mention? We have to understand that talking about women activism and imagining the type of work they have to do and what they're facing, we have to understand that these women are not only fighting with their own oppressive government. Like, women in Kyrgyzstan are not only fighting with their authoritarian president, they're also fighting with everybody else in the world, because it's one network that is very closely connected. They're fighting with a very strong group of very bad guys with lots of resources. And so my concluding word would probably be that I really want us to work harder in terms of collaborating, in terms of building stronger and bigger coalitions, and to ensure that we talk more and talk more often with each other to see, how we can put our minds together and resources together and see how we can tackle these guys together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are seeing from your stories that oppression and discrimination is never singular, it's always plural. It can instrumentalize anything: culture, gender, violence, poverty, etc., etc. And speaking about women resistance, meaningful ways of women's resistance in your country, in the region, how do women stay connected and empowered in such conditions? How do women help each other, for example?
Well, we stay connected. That's first and foremost, and we treat very with utmost importance. We treat the possibility of just being able to talk to each other. It doesn't have to be about work. It doesn't have to be about anything in particular, but just to be able to call each other and talk over things that concern you, the questions that you might have, and just hear the colleagues' perspective on that. It's also quite important to be able to continue trusting each other, because these regimes are really good at planting paranoia in our networks, and I have seen this happen across many different civil societies, also with which I have worked. I didn't only work on the issues of human rights in my own country, in Kyrgyzstan. I also work on Tajikistan and Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, actually. Quite dangerous places which probably can only be compared to North Korea's situation. And so I've seen civil societies collapse because of this distrust that has been planted by authoritarians, where they are afraid that the colleagues would, that some colleagues are working for authorities, and even if they are not. But there are doubts already in terms of whether or not they can trust. So I think just maintaining these very strong relationships with each other and being straightforward is what is still keeping us afloat in Kyrgyzstan. And in this regard, I can also say that Kyrgyzstan civil society is probably the last one standing in Central Asia for now. We are now, of course, facing a very difficult situation where our organization has so far collected about 200 plus cases of political prisoners. And that is a situation we've never had before. It was totally unimaginable to actually put HRDs in jail. None of the previous administrations has ever dared to do that. And this one, unfortunately, was really bold, and they probably were absolutely sure, probably also with support from Russian authorities, that there will be no consequences for their actions at all. So we do have now human rights defenders who are in jail and who are facing quite serious charges, something that is quite new for us. Something that already has happened in neighboring Tajikistan, it's something that has already happened in Uzbekistan and in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan's civil society is suffering as well, but that has already been happening for some years, so they're not new to that fight at all. We are. What else is important? We have now also discovered the importance of exile networks, and that is something that we're also seriously working on, is to ensure that these exile networks are not only retreat resource, but also a strategic post that can be used for relaying the narratives, of providing the information from on the ground, in working on the advocacy efforts, because the regional, local human rights defenders are no longer able to do that. So that is also something that we are working on.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I think that Leila's story has shown us how authoritarian pressure and Russian post-imperial, post-Soviet influence can shape the everyday risks faced by women activists, even without any open conflict or occupation, etc. In many parts of the world, women live through the direct physical aggression and direct consequences of war and displacement and systematic violence. And I would like to speak on this reality, and I would like to pass my next question to Annie. This is the experience of Democratic Republic of the Congo, who lived through decades of conflict, and their violence against women has been used as a weapon. And I would like to ask my first question on what the recovery looks like for women who survived conflict and displacement and occupation.
Thank you very much. I think, like my biography says, I am also a co-lead of a women, peace and security pillar for African women. So this means the continent. And on the continent, we have different context, but whether you go from Sudan, Mozambique, Mali, or the DRC, women face a lot of conflict-related violence, and in almost all of this conflict, sexual violence is being used as a weapon of war. So from Lviv to Kiev, I was very much concerned to hear if that aspect is also of reality here, specifically in Crimea. Women and girls bear the cost of conflicts, but they remain very resilient, and their resilience even grows stronger in a difficult context. I will come down to the DRC because DRC is sharing similar situation as Ukraine, because the north and south Kivu of the Democratic Republic of Congo, this is the eastern part of DRC, which is rich in minerals. You can find lithium, cassiterite, you name it, all critical minerals that are needed for the new technology or electrical cars. It's just I'm naming this so that we can later on understand that interest in some conflict in some part of the world is beyond the geographical limit of that country, and sometimes the manipulation comes from far away, and the women and girls bears the price of that. The eastern part of the DRC is under foreign-backed arms group, and like I said, 2 provinces are controlled. Situation in the occupied zone is not different from what my sister just described earlier. Probably the only difference will be that for the DRC case, some Congolese claim to be the rebel against the Kinshasa, but in reality, we know that we have armed groups who are occupying the zone. How recovery looks like: women are first responders in the crisis. In the absence of international humanitarian actors, women have been there. I will take the example of escalation of conflict this January 27th in Goma. MONUSCO is the peacekeeping, the biggest peacekeeping mission of UN in the world. They withdraw. Some of the contingents were all hostage at the airport. The country, the town was taken under control of a neighboring country's special force, just exactly like Russia in Crimea. And 168 women were burnt down in prison, Muzenzi prison in Goma, after some of them were raped. So just that how unhuman first the situation is, before I can come to recovery, I just want you to understand the kind of terror that women have to recover from, and the resilience they've developed in this country, and how they have to navigate the extreme, complex, occupied zone with ongoing natural resources exploitation. So smuggling it out makes the women also, and girls and other children, boys as well, go into forced labor and all the transitional road or trade road of this mineral. Women work under cover of humanitarian response to build on resistance of monitoring human rights abuse, documenting and passing on information to some of us who live outside of the occupied zone. I will insist on this. This is at the risk of their life. Should they get caught, their life is at stake. But on a daily basis, as I sit here, women are monitoring, but all this is done under a humanitarian response crisis. Recovering in the occupied zone, I don't know if I can use that word. In the occupied zone, recovering is extremely difficult. But when we get to extract some victims from the occupied zone, at least we offer them some spaces, shelter, psychological support, legal aid. And legal aid can only be efficient if we were able to secure evidence, if we were able to keep some proof of violation that they went through. Nevertheless, in the same context, some other women are still having some shelter in the occupied zone, offering some spaces for dialogue, for group therapy, but also for sharing strategies on how they can resist and contribute. And surprisingly, at local level, women have solutions that works for them on a daily basis, that secure their livelihood in that complex situation. Women are managing to talk to different groups, especially Congolese groups who have been brainwashed to support the aggression and aggressors to make them, reconvert them into the national fight, so they can turn against the aggressors. This is an extremely difficult task that the women are carrying, but yes, they are doing that, again, I insist, while still responding to humanitarian need with very limited resources and not having access to the coordination. Just if I can compare, that's something, a lesson that I've learned here that I'll go back and try and share it with our authority, is include women's local solution into the national coordination, because that scaling up can serve more lives and it will not be just for local solution. And the other thing that women are doing, apart from that recovery and mediation and a response, I've said it, it's also advocacy. Even if they're in occupied zone, for me to be able to advocate for real cases that are happening in the occupied zone, my advocacy is backed with data that comes directly from them. It is in this situation that we are trying to work, but the most important subject that we are struggling with is protection of human rights defenders. This time is not just women. Men, especially journalists, I have a lot of journalists here who try to cover the stories of sexual violence or use of sexual violence as a weapon of war, are becoming more in danger than women themselves. Because women cannot tell their story at the scale that a journalist can do or a human rights defender can do. So this has also put a different group in danger while trying to protect women and girls who are subjected to sexual violence in the occupied zone. But I must mention one thing. Around the occupied zone, there is also a multiple armed group of anarchists who are very indisciplined. We don't know whose order they're following, who are also committing other type of violence on women. So women find themselves at the cross of violence from the aggressor, from just the undisciplined group of people, from the young men also who were victims of violence few decades ago. I need to mention that DRC has been under this attack and aggression for the past 30 years. Since 1994, the eastern part of DRC has been in an ongoing conflict with rotating control of armed groups backed by different neighboring countries for the past 30 years. So we have boys of yesterday who saw their mothers being raped in front of them, who were forced to rape their own sisters, who have now become like a living weapon, can commit violence against anyone without knowing if the reason why they are doing it, because they did not get proper support after they witnessed violence of their sisters or mothers. So recovery is still a process for us and still a dream for most of women who are living in the occupied zone now. But the hope, the network, the solidarity, and the contact that we keep with them, and the fact that they know wherever we go, we're amplifying their voices, is giving them more strength and still growing their resilience in the occupied zone.
Thank you for sharing. It reminds me a lot on the experience of women on the occupied territories of Ukraine, in Crimea, in the Donetsk and Lugansk regions. I remember stories about women who managed to escape the occupied territories, and different stories on their experience of resistance, even some not very spectacular, some quite symbolic acts of resistance, like keep and speak Ukrainian in their inner circle, for example. It was so important. And maybe, Annie, I would like to ask you one more question about some practical ways women support each other. I'm referring not only to DRC experience, but maybe also to your experience as African women. Maybe you can share something interesting to us.
Thank you. First thing, I'll go to 2017. As African women, we realized that we had different conflicts almost all over, because in the 5 regions, we had conflict. Some terrorist attack in the north, armed conflict, and the coup going on, and just urban insecurity. And what African women leaders did was to create what we call African Women Leaders Network. Because we realized that we have a lot of solutions that works at local level. Women are able to navigate in an extremely unsafe occupied zones or armed conflict zones, and able to talk to different belligerents, using their capacity as mediators, as a humanitarian. But those solutions are not being recognized and not being used when it comes to formal peace processes. And we will say that we have all men negotiation processes going on. So we're missing human perspective of more than half of the human being on the earth. And this more than half of human being on the world, most of the time, are not the ones starting conflict. So we're having the group that were not able to talk to each other and find peaceful resolution before conflict, leaving them in the room alone to try and resolve a conflict that they started amongst them. So we created African Women Leaders Network, where we have all former women head of states from Africa. This network is chaired by Her Excellency Ellen Johnson. She was the first woman elected on the continent. What the network does is to amplify voices of local solutions and keep in touch. We are organizing a lot of solidarity mission, so that's to get reality of women who are not being heard by their own state authorities. When they see delegations coming from other African countries, it forces the men of their country to listen. As I sit here, I was supposed to be in Sudan because there were an attack on Al-Fashir, but the special envoy of Women, Peace and Security of AU, with whom we co-lead Women, Peace and Security pillar, is in Sudan. So this is one way we would go to and ask to meet with women, because we know that men in that country will not consider their voice. This is one way. The other way that we come up with solidarity is to organize joint advocacy. By the way, this will be a recommendation, and I will stand as a volunteer to contribute when time comes. We need to have joint advocacy. We can have advocacy at the tripartite biggest multilateral organizations. We know EU, UN, and for my region, I will talk about the AU. Latin America and Asia, I don't know much about that, the regional organization, but this works because you will have sometimes same country facilitating a peace process. In the case of Ukraine, I would say Washington, DC is facilitating peace process for Ukraine, but also for the Democratic Republic of Congo. So the women of Ukraine and us might have something to do if we think that the way the peace process is going, as women, we have a perspective that is not being taken into account. That's the other way that we come up with solidarity in joint initiative into advocacy or lobbying people who have influence on the process. The other way that we do it is humanitarian solidarity, is fundraising on organizations that cannot access funding and support their work that they are doing. And we're also pushing a lot in dialogue at the community level and also community and authorities. So we don't have a one model to connect to each other, but we know that solidarity, dialogue, communication is key to keep us moving together and supporting each other.
Дякую.
Now we will see a video address from the next speaker. It will be a different region, Latin America, and we will see a video address from Tamara Sokhora, a criminal lawyer and human rights specialist. In her work as a human rights activist, she was engaged in advocating for justice in Venezuela, and recently Tamara became a mentor for Irina Hroubtsova, a Ukrainian human rights activist and lawyer. As part of the mentorship and advocacy initiative now, I suggest that we listen to Tamara.
Buenos días. Quiero darle las gracias ante todo a los organizadores del foro Crimea Global y al Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores de Ucrania por esta oportunidad. Lamento no haber podido acompañarlos en persona, pero espero tener otra oportunidad y poder ir a ese país de esa gente valiente. Hoy quiero hablar de algo que trasciende fronteras ideológicas y geográficas. Cómo las mujeres, especialmente en contextos autoritarios, pueden sostenerse unas a otras para mantener viva la dignidad humana y apoyarse. Cuando pensamos en los regímenes autoritarios modernos, solemos ver cifras. Presos, políticos, periodistas, silenciados, exilio forzado, pero detrás de cada número hay un rostro. Y detrás de ese rostro casi siempre hay una mujer sosteniendo la vida, la madre que acompaña, la hermana que denuncia, la esposa que insiste, la hija que hereda la memoria. La represión intenta generar miedo, aislamiento y silencio. Pero la mujer que históricamente ha aprendido a resistir desde la intimidad de la casa y desde la comunidad, teje redes incluso en medio de la oscuridad. En los regímenes autoritarios modernos, las mujeres desarrollan formas de apoyo que trascienden la censura. Nos acompañamos compartiendo información, cuidando a las familias de perseguidos, difundiendo testimonio y sosteniendo emocionalmente a quienes enfrentan la represión. Estas redes nacen en los espacios más cotidianos: la cocina, la fila del mercado, los grupos digitales donde se hablan en clave. La mujer se convierte en puente, transmite conocimiento, protege la memoria y hace visible lo que el régimen quiere ocultar. Así, apoyándonos mutuamente, las mujeres no solo podemos sobrevivir al autoritarismo, sino que también lo desafiamos todos los días. Pero las mujeres también podemos y debemos aprender a sostenernos desde puntos distantes de países autoritarios. ¿Cómo hacerlo? Crear redes de comunicación y solidaridad utilizando los mecanismos modernos de comunicación que existen hoy día. Asistir y realizar eventos, conferencias sobre realidades de países autoritarios, ayudar a reproducir las noticias, darle visibilidad a la situación de esos países lejanos, construir comunidades de exilio y apoyarse mutuamente con esas comunidades, protegiendo y visibilizando la situación de la represión y la de los presos políticos del mundo. La mujer venezolana es un claro ejemplo de esto. Ha tenido que multiplicarse para alimentar a su familia, proteger a sus hijos y a veces tomar la dura decisión de separarse de ellos para garantizar su futuro. Cuando un ser querido es encarcelado por pensar distinto, la mujer se transforma en vocera, defensora, periodista improvisada, guardiana de la verdad, y ante la injusticia, la mujer venezolana no se rinde, organiza, denuncia, recuerda e insiste. Quiero darles un ejemplo tangible sobre esto. La campaña que dirijo desde el Instituto Casla apadrina un preso político del mundo. Esta iniciativa nace de un principio profundamente humano: un rostro, un caso, una situación país. Darle voz a través de una personalidad a un preso político del mundo. Si yo lo nombro, no lo desaparecen. Si lo acompaño, no lo rompen. Si cuento su historia, sigue vivo. Apadrinar significa asumir su nombre como propio, escribirle cartas, acompañar a su familia, denunciar su situación en redes, recordarle al poder que esa vida importa, que no está sola y que hay una comunidad que observa y sostiene. La solidaridad no siempre abre cárceles físicamente, pero debilita los muros psicológicos y del autoritarismo. Y una persona que sabe que no está sola resiste más. En esta lucha por la libertad y la dignidad quiero extender mi abrazo al pueblo de Ucrania, un pueblo que hoy defiende no solo su territorio, sino su derecho a existir y decidir. A las mujeres ucranianas, madres, voluntarias, enfermeras, defensoras, mujeres que envían a sus hijos a lugares seguros mientras ellas se quedan para proteger su nación, les decimos, no están solas. Desde América Latina, desde Venezuela, desde cada país donde la libertad ha sido herida, reconocemos su valentía. Su resistencia nos inspira, su dolor nos convoca y su esperanza también es la nuestra. Porque cuando un pueblo defiende la libertad de todos. La libertad no siempre comienza con una gran revolución. A veces comienza con un gesto sencillo. Decirle a alguien que no vamos a dejarlo solo. Y ese pequeño acto, repetido 1000 veces, puede cambiar el mundo. Muchas gracias.
Далі будемо продовжувати. Хочу передати.
Now, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Anna Vázquez Colmenares.
At the gender-based violence as a structural and political message. And also you are working with the ways women respond in it collectively and doing it through different care practices and narrative resistance, etc. And maybe I would like to ask about your perspective on how do women in your country, in Latin America, as a region, read this message of violence against women? How do they resist it and reframe it? And maybe you can tell us more on the collective practices that emerge in the context of extreme violence, maybe networks of care we are discussing just before this panel, etc.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Irina. I'm very honored to be here in Ukraine, a country that today is teaching the world that it truly means what it truly means to resist colonial domination. Coming here, knowing this is a country at war, was not an easy decision. On my first night, when the air raid alert sounded, I actually ran to the shelter in my hotel. I didn't know what to take, how long it would be, what to expect. I felt fear. But it truly, if we really and truly want to build a decolonial and feminist future, sometimes we must show up even when we're afraid. Presence is part of resistance. So let me begin by locating myself honestly. I come from Oaxaca, that's in the southern part of Mexico. It's a region shaped by extraordinary indigenous civilizations. My family history reflects the complexity of Mexican identity. I come from Mixtec and Zapotec roots on one side, and on the other side, traces of Spanish colonial pasts, often through unequal or silent relations. I grew up hearing comments about my hair being too black or my eyes too slanted, subtle reminders of internalized racism, that the kind that colonialism leaves inside family. So I'm a mestiza, mixed heritage, with privileges that many indigenous compatriots have been denied. I do not speak Mixtec, the language of my maternal lineage, because my grandparents did not teach it to their children out of shame and fear of discrimination. Yet today I stand here wearing a huipil Mixteco, a Mixtec traditional blouse woven by an indigenous woman on a telar de cintura, which is a backstrap loom, carrying my lineage with pride. I'm also a feminist and the author of a didactic feminist book for women who experience patriarchy without yet having the words to name it. And I speak to you from this intersection, with awareness of my privilege and with responsibility towards those whose voices have been silenced. So I want to talk about this, what we call femicide violence or feminicide violence. There is a difference. In Latin America, we have learned that femicide is not simply the killing of women because they are women. The English term femicide was defined by the South African feminist Diana Russell and described precisely that, the killing of women and girls because of their gender. But the Mexican feminist and anthropologist Marcela Lagarde took the concept further, translating it and expanding it as feminicidio, feminicide. She insisted on something crucial. Feminicidio is not only a gender crime, it is a state crime, a crime sustained by impunity institutional negligence and tolerance of violence. So feminicidio, feminicide, is at the top of this structure of femicide violence. And this distinction matters deeply. When institutions fail to protect women, to investigate crimes, to deliver justice, as many times they do in our countries in Latin America, they send a message to women and to girls: your life is not a priority. This message exists in peacetime and becomes even stronger in war, in occupation, and under authoritarian regimes. Violence takes different shapes across contexts, as we have seen in Mexico and Central America: disappearances, feminicidios. I have some data here in Mexico. As March of 2025, there is a record of 28,729 women reported missing or unlocated in our country. And this is related to drug trafficking, mostly, but not only. Also to the war between cartels, drug cartels. In Mexico, although officially records say that there are 968 femicide cases last year, NGOs have recorded much more, up to 10 feminicides every day. So disappearances, feminicides, human trafficking. In Kyrgyzstan, as Leila told us, repression, surveillance, intimidation of women activists. In occupied Crimea, cultural erasure, deportation, intimidation of Crimean Tatar women, abduction. Here in Ukraine, shelling, missile attacks, displacement, trauma, and the psychological costs of defending your nation. And yet, despite this difference, the underlying logic is the same. Gender-based violence is never private or isolated. It is structural, patriarchal, and often colonial. It is used to discipline women, to generate fear, and to control communities. But in every place I have visited from Oaxaca to Kyiv, to Lviv, to Kharkiv, women do something extraordinary. We organized, we protect each other, we resist through care, as Annie was telling us. Just a few days ago in Lviv, we all visited the Unbroken Ecosystem, a model of care, dignity, and rehabilitation unlike anything I have seen. Because there I saw not only physical and psychological rehabilitation for civilians and soldiers, or prosthetic workshops, or centers for veterans, social housing. Also the Unbroken Mothers program supporting pregnant women and mothers who fled the war. So what I think is that Unbroken is not just the medical ecosystem, it is a care ecosystem. And in those cities, I have learned of another kind of resilience. Women leading NGOs, documenting war crimes, rebuilding cultural institutions, supporting displaced families, and creating safe spaces for children under the threat of daily shelling. The courage of Ukrainian women is not abstract. It is organized, practical, collective. And you know what? The world needs to know this. I didn't know about this before I came here. Not only the tragedy, we already know the tragedy, but the extraordinary leadership of Ukrainian women. Women who have volunteered for the front even without being obligated. Women who sustain their households after losing partners or homes. Women who rebuild schools, shelters, and communities. Women who carry the emotional labor of war on their shoulders. For many years, I have worked in political and crisis communication, and perhaps this is my communication background speaking. Maybe the world needs a new narrative tool. Millions of people no longer follow the news, but they follow Netflix, TikTok, Instagram. So a film, a documentary, a short series about Ukrainian women, soldiers, caregivers, doctors, mothers, volunteers, abducted women, resilient women, survivors, could help the world understand what is happening here through the stories of women who hold society together. Narratives matter. Stories democratize empathy. As a political and crisis communication consultant, I have learned something essential. How we talk about violence determines whether women feel alone or accompanied, whether they feel shame or dignity, whether they see only fear or also possibility. A feminist approach to communication, I think, would include, first, naming violence clearly without euphemisms, using non-victimizing language, making women's agency visible, sharing information and networks so no woman feels isolated, and reframing women not only as victims of war, but as leaders of recovery. In feminist movements across Latin America, we often say, lo que no se nombra no existe. What is not named does not exist. We have adopted this phrase collectively because silence protects power. Naming creates visibility, public policy, and justice. Empathy is important, but empathy is not enough. Solidarity must become structure, strategy, infrastructure, must become architecture, not only sentiment. So I imagine solidarity in 4 dimensions. One, immediate, some of them have been told, so I'll go this quick. First, immediate support networks between women's organizations in Ukraine, Latin America, Central Asia, and beyond. Safe channels, legal aid, psychosocial support, shelters. 2, exchange of knowledge. Mexican and Latin American feminist groups have decades of experience accompanying survivors, working with trauma, building care collectives. Ukrainian women have deep expertise in resilience, emergency response, and community survival. Together, we can enrich each other. 3, economic and political cooperation. Women should cooperate economically through joint projects, businesses, innovation, and rebuilding efforts to reduce dependency on traditional centers of power. And 4, we must promote counter-hegemonic narratives that honor women's leadership in a war, in displacement, in care. Narrative is not decoration. Narrative builds memory, and memory builds justice. Being in Ukraine has changed me profoundly. I live not with fear, but with admiration, admiration for the clarity, dignity, and determination of you and all Ukrainian men and women. And I live with hope, because what you're building here is not only resistant against an invading force, it's a new model of courage, care, and democratic strength. Your stories matter, your leadership matters, and the world needs to hear them through journalism, through art, through film, through platforms for young people. Our contexts differ, but our struggles speak to one another. Across Latin America and across Ukraine, women know how to turn fear into clarity, pain into care, and uncertainty into collective strength. We are not only surviving, we are shaping the future through care, through solidarity, and through the unshakable conviction that our lives and our communities matter. Thank you.
I would like to ask you one more question about maybe some specific case from your country or from the region about women's resilience or some initiative helping women empowerment.
Thank you. Well, there is a lot of internal displacement in Mexico caused by the cartel drug fights. So many communities have been displaced, and there are several groups of collective of women that have organized themselves to keep their roots, because sometimes it takes decades for them to return to their homeland. That happens also here. And they, many women are very preoccupied because they don't want to lose their identity. They don't want their children to lose the connection to the land. When they are forced to go elsewhere, another language is spoken. For instance, in Mexico, Spanish is like the official language, but there are 68 languages that are spoken, and many of them are prone to extinction. So there is this, this particular effort of building nests of language, they're called. And so elderly people, not only elderly women, also men, get reunited with very small children, children from 3 to 6 years, and they just have time together, so the children learn the language. And it seems something that could be not important, but it really is important because it has to do with identity. So that's something that comes to mind.
Thank you. I think here in Ukraine we can perfectly relate with this importance of language, having our past of Soviet Russian language dominance and the necessity of creating our own nests of Ukrainian languages, Ukrainian language in our families and our communities. I see that we are having 6 minutes more maybe to hear your questions from the audience. If you have something to ask, please. Yes, please. I think. Можливо, хтось мікрофон.
Maybe someone could pass the mic.
Дякую.
Thank you. Sorry. Linia Ibragimova, Crimean Tatar artist and activist. My question is to Anna, to all women. What do you think? Will it be useful and helpful if Ukrainian activists and women activists will create such events where they can online invite something like cultural and business, organized cultural business branches for discussion, and not just discussion, but also to make cultural and business connections? Will that be helpful in your opinion? In terms of abusive relations, women can flee if they have financial support. They can flee such abusive relations. If they have legal support, if they have psychological, physical support. What do you think such initiatives, if we will support each other in this way? Thank you. Maybe one more question, and then we will give answers to both of them. Well, we are waiting.
An answer. Yes. It was the idea of our colleague to create some kind of online event gathering women from different countries and speaking, for example, on some business tools and business ideas to help women in danger, for example, to have interesting financial or business instruments to be empowered, for example.
Oh, thank you. Well, if I can. Wonderful idea. I think with EI devices, we can have real conversations in real time in different languages. And it would I think that women would benefit from knowing that they're not alone. And across the world, there are women who are living the same experiences, to feel empowered, to know that really when Annie said, and when you said also that it's important that women don't feel alone, no? To share these experiences in such a platform would be fantastic. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Leila.
I will repeat what I have already mentioned during my presentation, that I find it of utmost importance to use every opportunity to talk. Be it through Zoom or through physical interaction, on the margins of some sort of conferences, and use every opportunity to get together and just exchange thoughts, ideas. And brainstorm. And I know there is a number of coalitions that have existed already that are totally outside of the traditional funding resources. And there are new coalitions that are now being built on, sorry to say, on the ruins of collapsed organizations that have lost their funding and so on. But they are building something really, truly remarkable right now. I think there is a coalition that is called Defenders Coalition or something. So, but please reach out. I will gladly share links and contact information to these coalitions. There is a coalition called Every Woman Treaty. They actually do hold Zoom meetings and talk over with the coalition members. It's like 2,500 organizations that are focusing on women's rights across the world from everywhere. So there is like a coffee hour that they hold regularly. They also now decided to provide additional resources to their members and whoever is interested on, various issues, the psychosocial support. There is some aspect of material support. There is the aspect of fundraising support as well. Some consultations. So they are working on these issues to ensure that they somehow provide some sort of support and empowerment to women activists across the world. So please do let me know if you want that information. I'll see what I can, maybe I can hook you up with them and you'll have something to build off of. Thank you.
Thank you. Anya?
Thank you. Your question pushed me to read things that I wrote down, but because I wasn't reading. One of my recommendations here, I will read it out, was to build Defender Safety Net, which I saw it as a rapid cross-border referral for women under threat, legal aid, but also economic opportunity sharing, not funding, because we all sometimes at some point as women need funding, but we can get into economic opportunity sharing. And I also identified a gap, which is use of technology. We might want to do things through technology, but in some of our region, we will need capacity building in order to have women to use this solution, taking into account local context, but with a global support. So the idea you bring up is a really good idea. I would support it. It's actually great, but this needs, like I said, to take into account context, but have that partnership and support. I also suggested that we work around a kind of playbook that can be co-developed between the Ukrainian women, Crimea Tatar women, indigenous women from our different conflict-affected and occupied zone to come up with some solutions that can be cost-effective, because we would use more online solutions, but then we will also need to bridge the language barrier and find solutions on how we can get solutions that are in Ukrainian. I don't know if Tatar has a specific language, but in Africa, in my country, we have more than 450 languages, even though we have 4 main languages. Indigenous communities that are affected might not even speak Swahili, which is a local language. So even me, I will still need to bridge the language barrier to get to some women. But the idea of starting is a very good idea, but we just have to think that we need some capacity exchange, whether it's in technology, in understanding our sisters' context, so that our joint initiative can be locally grounded and globally supported. Thank you.
There is room for one question, probably, in the first row. And then Maria. Okay, two questions. We need to sum up, wrap up, but if you allow us, we will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the absolutely excellent panel today. My name is Sabine Freiser. I'm the representative of UN Women here in Ukraine. And I want to say that this panel was incredibly powerful. I go to a lot of panels, and this one was one of the strongest ones that I've heard in a very long time. And I really want to thank the Crimea Global team for setting up this panel, because it's not always that you have a panel on women's resistance in an event like this. Of course, this year we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325, and spending a lot of time talking about the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And the Women, Peace and Security agenda is supposed to help build solidarity and help networking across borders. Yet, none of you on this panel mentioned WPS, Women, Peace and Security, once in your presentations. So I was wondering if that was by chance, if there's some kind of breakdown now between the activists like you who are working every day in your own countries, if there's some kind of break in the Women, Peace and Security agenda where you no longer feel perhaps 100% part of it, or if it was just by accident that it just didn't come up. So I was wondering, yeah, if this is symbolic of something. Has the WPS agenda started going in a different direction, or not? But I want to say that everything that you said about solidarity and building up networks is incredibly important. Ukraine is incredibly remarkable by the coalitions that exist at the local level. You've been traveling around the country, so you've been seeing that. In cities like Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Sumy, you see women coming together, working together in coalition. In the country, you see also very strong coalitions, and your invitation to have stronger global coalitions, I think, is extremely important and valuable.
Thank you very much for that question. I was actually asking Lisa in New York to get us some UN women representative. Thank you that you are here. Personally, I would say it's just by, I would say, accident that I did not specifically say UN Resolution 1325. But secondly, for me, I think it is also important as a feminist that we move away from repeating this speech, because sometimes it doesn't resonate with reality. Sometimes the same jargon, we see it with people who give speeches, give promises that they do not take, like implement in reality. So it's some kind of feminist stand of saying, I will be doing things without necessarily having to name them. African Women Leaders Network is supported by UN Women, and I think the biggest friend is Germany. But I love the idea of being pragmatic, of having impact on real life than just having the same conferences, speeches. But yeah, I would have loved to say that because it's 25th anniversary, it is a remarkable. But by the way, I will also acknowledge the Ukrainian president. I've noticed that there's a lot of women who are occupying, or when I look at the program, who have high level nomination. So in Africa, we call it positive masculinity. It is acknowledging women's skill and capacity to contribute, not just in the kitchen, but at the highest level. Yeah, women's peace and security agenda, if you know, it was more in practical rather than in the speech, because we had security talk with Munira and Sue on the panel, which we don't usually see. When we see women on the panel, we're talking about humanitarian response. When we see women on the panel, we're talking about sexual violence, and most of the time we go up to UN Security Council to testify on the use of sexual violence. So this is also a dimension that I found very, very, very loud without naming Resolution 1325, but actually implementing it in women's participation, women's contribution in hard security talk. But yes, I acknowledge 25 years of Resolution 1325, which it's progress, slow though, but also the challenges that we need to take up to translate that resolution into concrete program, into concrete solution, into concrete response. I think you will remember the speech of the UN General Secretary and agree with me that we have a lot of challenges to overcome, but the resolution is great. Thank you.
Ще запитання, так.
It's not a question, but rather a comment. On behalf of the Crimea Global team, I would like to thank the previous speaker for noting our efforts and for the support, actually, of the conference. And I would also like just to highlight how impressed I was with the fact that, like, people who specifically deal with women's rights issues and with understanding this power dynamics or lack of power dynamics sometimes, how sensitive they are to these dynamics when it comes to colonialism. And like our guests, dear speakers that are at this stage, I was impressed that immediately after visiting Kharkiv, after talking to the representatives of the Crimea Tatar people, we don't have to persuade them anymore what kind of war we're fighting. So I just wanted to thank you for this, being so sensitive and understanding so well Ukrainian fight. And I'm very happy that you have lots of ideas of the further cooperation. And of course, I hope that we can find proper partners on Ukrainian side and to make these ideas come to reality. Thank you.
I think this is where we can wrap it up and move on to networking and socializing. And I think everyone who is here, we were impressed how many similarities and parallels are there in our stories, whether we are talking about Ukraine, specifically the temporarily occupied Crimea, or is it Venezuela, Mexico, Kyrgyzstan, Congo? We learn about women who find strength to fight against oppressors. Whether we are talking about the Freud line or the armed aggression, whether it's corruption or violence against women in any context. I think everyone, this is the emotion that I would like you to live with. And also, I would like you to live with the thought of the strength of women who are much stronger than they seem. Thank you for sharing your experience, and thank you to the audience.
the next panel. So this panel will be held in English, and it is the panel that asks us the question which has been for centuries a very meaningful question for all of us, how we are getting rid of colonial perception. And we are here to speak about Crimea, but also about much more than Crimea, about the very ways imperial imagination continues to shape how we see people and how we see places. We can speak about this context, about Crimea, and when we do that, we often encounter the very similar tropes about a romantic peninsula where Russian tsars and poets spend their summers, a pearl of the empire, which is suspended by nostalgia. And what we are missing in that image are the voices of those who suffered from the same empire, the Crimean Tatars. But we also know that this pattern is not unique to Ukraine, and that across the world, entire regions have been constantly seen only through the gaze of the empire. So today I will ask our dear guests, how can we dismantle these inherited ways of seeing the world and seeing ourselves, and how can we decolonize not only institutions, but also our imagination. And I'm very honored to welcome our guests. Some of them you already know. Ana Vázquez Colmenares, feminist author and human rights consultant from Mexico. Leila Seitbak, human rights activist and lawyer working in Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan, whom you already heard, both of them speaking in the previous panel, so I also hope to create some connection from the things we heard previously. Martin Alexander Kisly, executive director of Ruta Association, and online, we have Klunifa Mokoena, associate professor at the Weiser Institute in South Africa. So to begin, I'd like to ask each of you to reflect briefly on the question that will allow us to start the discussion. What does decolonizing perception mean in your own personal context? And I want to ask this question to Klunipa first and to check whether she's online with us. All right, so then I would, oh yes, hello. It's nice to see you. Can you hear us well?
Can you hear me?
Right now, we are starting to hear you, yes.
Okay.
Great. Great.
There you go. I can hear the echo of my voice.
But we can hear you fine, and thank you for joining us. So I will briefly repeat the question so you could start our conversation. What does decolonizing perception mean in your context?
Yeah, I think the main, from a global perspective, decolonization means we have to rethink the map of the world. So all the divisions that we've learned to use in the past, east, west, north, south, in themselves are based on the idea of colonization. So the idea is somehow there's something special about a place called the West, and the West is allowed to colonize the rest. I mean, this has been the general theme of the world for the last 200 to 300 years. And so decolonizing perceptions means that we have to rethink the very map of the world. So for some of you who may have not heard of this controversy, I'm gonna summarize it for you. So for example, the map of the African continent, when you see it on paper and when you see it reproduced, it gives the impression that the African continent is a very small continent, that other continents are bigger than the African continent, when in reality, the African continent is essentially the biggest continent on the planet. And you may not think that this affects people's perceptions, but it does, because for some strange reason, people seem to talk about the world, and in many conversations, they simply exclude the African continent as if it doesn't exist. So when people talk about the future of the globe, they talk about, let's say, China. They'll say, oh, you know, China is now the factory of the world. China will overtake the West. China will be producing hybrid cars in the next 20 years or whatever. So all the world's projections about where the future of the planet is going are based entirely on the idea that Africa almost doesn't exist. But this is true of many other parts of the world. And I think this is true of the way that Ukraine has been treated. It's you bypass the fact that there are millions of people who identify themselves as Ukrainians, or you bypass the fact that it's a separate ethnicity or culture, and you simply subsume it under another category. So decolonization involves us breaking down these historical understandings of what the globe means, what does it mean to be a citizen of the globe, and where the power lies on the planet. Because again, when we talk about the West and the rest, it reinforces the idea that the West is powerful, the West is technologically advanced, all the great ideas come from the West, all the great books come from the West. So even the way that we read books, the way that we read literature is based almost entirely on the understanding that the best ideas come from the West. So even when people walk into a bookshop, they look for books that are bestsellers on, like, you know, the New York Times bestseller. They don't think about what could be a bestseller somewhere else in the world. So decolonization means reorienting ourselves, really, and reorienting the map of the world and trying to change the way that we speak about what is important on the globe, who is important on the globe, who is going to be driving future trends on the globe, etc., etc.
Thank you very much for such a beautiful entrance to our conversation. I would give the word to Anna to continue.
Thank you. These past days in Ukraine have transformed somewhat my answer. Decolonizing the perception of the world means first naming the structures that want to erase you. And Ukrainians have told me that this invasion by the Russian Federation is not only about land or resources. It is an attempt to destroy the Ukrainian nation, to rewrite its history, to absorb its identity, to deny its very existence as a political subject. So I understood this deeply when we were visiting St. Sophia and St. Michael's Monastery in Kyiv and hearing how Russian forces wanted to destroy them. These are not just buildings, they are memory. An empire knows something very clearly. If memory survives, domination fails. A few days ago, I met a Crimea leader, a Tatar representative. When he described what he described, we feel very painfully familiar to anyone from Mexico in the global south, actually. For instance, that Tatar language reduced to 1 hour a week in classes, in classrooms, textbooks rewritten to erase their presence, persecution of leaders, destruction of cultural institutions, demographics engineering to make them strangers on their own land. So this is not cultural policy, it is linguicide and epistemicide, and it echoes what happened and still happens to many indigenous peoples in Mexico and across the Americas. In Mexico, indigenous children were punished for speaking their languages. Spanish was framed as civilization, while indigenous identity was framed as something to be erased or folklorized. Anthropologist Guillermo Bonfil Batalla called this creation of indios desindianizados, un-Indianized Indians. People pressured to abandon their identity so the nation could pretend to be racially homogeneous. And I think, well, that's very much what decolonization of the perception of the world means. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, could you please follow with your perspective?
Thank you. After my colleagues already contributed and elaborated on it, because it's definitely a mindset, a way of thinking, and as you already said, it is dismantling, and I would rather say even it's a kind of practice which contains of both sections, like undone and redone, because we are starting with understanding and critical approach which was given to us by the post-colonial theory. And then we are coming closer to the action of redoing what was settled in other structures, the colonial structure, imperial structure. It may deal with different issues and different aspects of understanding or perception of assumption. In the case of a history, Crimean history or Ukrainian history, the historical narrative and the way it was written and how deep it's rooted into colonial practices and colonial structures is definitely the things that should be rethinked on the very first place. For me personally, if we are talking about decolonization as an action, not decoloniality as some kind of a phenomena, but decolonization as an action and process, probably it should contain some vital things that are highly needed for decolonization to be a successful strategy, like giving a voice to voiceless, the return of agency, sharing of stories, empathy, understanding, mutual understanding, solidarity and equality, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear Leila, would you mind to join the conversation?
Sure. So I wanted to, before I get into the opinion on what decolonization is for the Central Asian region, I want to mention, maybe to those who know or heard less about Central Asian region, that is a region that has been colonized by first the Russian Empire and then by Soviet Union, and has been under its control ever since, and even now. That grip of Russia on that region is still not weakening, and so the process of decolonization, I think, in our societies has started. It's quite not as strong as we want it to be, but this process already began, and it actually means. To people the ability to express themselves in very, for now in very small ways, because the situation in Central Asia is such that people are surviving under authoritarian rule. We do not have democratic countries in Central Asia, unfortunately. And in our experiences of colonization by Russia, a lot of things, as I have mentioned in the previous panel, is very similar to what Ukraine has experienced and what Crimean Tatars have experienced. First of all, of course, decolonization is a process that includes, first of all, the right to use the language. And in terms of Kyrgyzstan, that is what has exactly happened to us after Russia has taken control over our territories. They have denied us the right to use our own language. I, as Kyrgyz, actually grew up speaking Russian. And unfortunately, I do speak Russian even now much better than I speak Kyrgyz. I started learning my own native language only as an adult, and only after the collapse of USSR, which is quite sad because to us as nomads, language carries such an utmost importance, because as nomads, we did not build temples, we did not build palaces. Our temples and our palaces was our language, and that was taken away from us for centuries. We were not able to use it. During the colonization, we were separated from our historical memory by several several changes of alphabet, which increased the distance between us and our ancestors' knowledge. The distance was just impossible to reverse. We cannot go back and read their whatever they left for us to read, unfortunately. And we were not allowed to be Kyrgyz. We were not allowed to practice our traditions in a free way. We were not allowed to speak Kyrgyz in public places, obviously. And if Kyrgyz was ever spoken, it was spoken very quietly somewhere in the kitchens. So that is something that needs to be clawed back. That is a process of decolonization for us, of course. And that is that should also lead to some sort of independence in policy making of the governments in our region. However, it's still too early to talk about them being able to make their own decisions without looking at Kremlin and seeking validation for their actions. That is something that our political elite is still unable to do. I will come back to more things, but maybe we can move on to another question.
Sure. Before we actually dive into each of speakers' contexts, I wanted also to invite to speak Tender, who is joining us from Tibet, and despite his health, he could join us, so I would gladly pass the word to him for him to also answer the same question. Is he with us? All right, so maybe he will join a little bit later. Today he was apologizing for feeling not well. So in case he joins, we might also hear the context of Tibet. So I would pass the word to Anna. So we could talk a little bit more about Latin American context. Since the Latin America, and specifically Mexico, lives with this double legacy of colonialism, it is connected to Spanish colonialism, but it also has this dependence, if I may say so, from United States. So how do feminists and human rights movements in Mexico work with these layers of colonial experience?
Yes, thank you. Well, as you said, Latin America has like these two layers of colonial power, very distinctive. Spanish colonialism. We were a colony of Spain for 300 years. And the geopolitical dependency towards the United States, in particular Mexico, shares almost 3,000 kilometers of border with the United States. So that's a huge impact on us. Both feminist and human rights movements in Mexico have confronted both types of colonialism. We resisted a Spanish legacy when we fought structural racism, when we defend First Peoples and protect indigenous languages. As I said, 68 official languages are spoken in Mexico, and well, there have been efforts to have them properly function. So there are dictionaries, there are books written in those languages, there is poetry written in those languages, etc. And as we resist US influence, when we oppose militarization, extractivism, and policies that treat threats Latin America region and treat Latin America as a subordinate region. In all this, as Leila said, language plays a central role. Spanish is a colonial language, yet it has become a tool for resistance through concepts such as cuerpos territorios, body territories, structural violence, and feminist memory. At the same time, we carry the pain of linguistic loss. More than 48 languages have been lost in Mexico. I do not speak Mixteco, as I said, because my grandparents abandoned it out of shame. The same colonial shame I recognize when Crimean Tatars tell us their language is reduced or forbidden. So language is the front line of colonial domination and one of decolonial liberation. And you mentioned feminism and how we linked from the previous panel. I think absolutely feminism has to do with decolonizing the memory. Is one of the most powerful frameworks to do this task. It asks a fundamental question: whose voices have been excluded from the history we are taught? In Mexico, the colonial patriarchal order produced fractured memories. It celebrated the conquerors, all men, the presidents, all men, the generals, all men, and erased indigenous women, Afro-descendants, domestic workers, migrants, and victims of femicide. A feminist lens expands then the archive of the nation. It recognizes the knowledge carried by mothers, by weavers, by community leaders, by cooks, by healers, the people empire teaches not to see. So my experience in Ukraine made this even clearer, as I mentioned. I think they work together.
Thank you very much. I guess taken from here, I would give the word to dear Hulunifa. And so we talk about South Africa a bit. So post-apartheid South Africa has been engaged in a dialogue about the decolonization of education and knowledge, and it's been decades, but the Eurocentric framework, it's still remains. And so what lessons from these debates could be useful for all of us, for Ukrainians, but also everybody who are taking part in this panel? And also whether language and feminist gaze is something that could be relative to you.
Thank you so much for that question. When it comes to South Africa, I like to point out that actually the project of decolonization in South Africa started as soon as many Africans had access to the printing press. And that was already in the 1800s. So many Africans who worked and trained as printers started printing newspapers and printing books in indigenous languages in South Africa back in the 1850s and 1860s. So some of the earliest newspapers in South Africa are actually in indigenous languages. So in our case, we cannot say that decolonization is something that started with the end of apartheid, because that project has been going on for a while. So in part, the biggest burden is for us to assume some of the positionalities that many of those early African writers took. So for example, not just caring about our own languages, but caring about all other indigenous languages. So many of these newspapers used to publish in multiple indigenous languages. So on the same page, you would have 3-4 different languages being published. And it was, I mean, literally it was the most, the earliest way of thinking about how to decolonize, where you stop thinking that there are no readers in an indigenous language. And I will say fast forward to about 2002 or so, after many years of people debating whether or not there was readership in indigenous languages, another newspaper was born in my own language, in isiZulu, and that newspaper has become one of the most popular newspapers in South Africa. So one of the things that I would say is that it is not just the new technologies that make decolonization possible. Some of the oldest technologies, like the printing press and the newspapers and the newspaper, actually make decolonization possible, because you print. The printing of a newspaper is essentially one of the most simplest ways of encouraging people to think and write and speak in an indigenous language. And I think a lot of decolonization projects often focus on formal education. So what happens inside the classroom? And one of the ways in which even the colonial mindset works is that you then create a contestation over the school curriculum. And in many ways, that for me as a historian, as a thinker, as a feminist, is often not a very useful way of fighting or resisting colonialism, that you pick the same terrain that the colonizer has already picked. So the education system is often the most contested space of decolonization. But it is not the only space that as decolonial philosophers and thinkers we can pick. There are so many aspects of decolonization: music, culture, museums, artifacts, the relearning of indigenous craft. So quite a lot of the times our grandparents would often try to teach us how to make things the way that our ancestors made things. Everything from making the most basic floor, a covering, a mat, a bedspread, a piece, a necklace, a piece of beadwork, etc., etc. So, for example, when I met some of your Ukrainian colleagues here in South Africa, I kept on telling them that I'd like to take pictures of the beadwork because I wanted to send it to my mother, because my mother loves beadwork and is very interested in different styles of beadwork from around the world. And these are some of the ways in which you take the decolonization project out of the most volatile conversation, which is a conversation about the school curriculum. And I know many decolonial philosophers like to debate school curricula, but actually in many ways, that is almost, if I can put it this way, it's a lost cause, because the very people that you're trying to decolonize are often the people who propagate these ideas about a cultural superiority, et cetera, within the school curriculum. So in the case of South Africa, for example, English is often held up as an international language. Just that sentence alone, English is an international language, creates all sorts of inferiority complexes in which a person who speaks an indigenous language suddenly thinks that they are not international just because their language is not described as an international language. Or even the word language itself carries a lot of colonial baggage, because then you have questions like, well, what's the difference between a language and a dialect? So in the case of South Africa, you have many languages that are actually interrelated. They are like family, but because of colonialism, they've been divided and been told, you speak isiZulu, you speak isiXhosa, you speak Sesotho, you speak... Many of these languages are mutually intelligible. And so creating spaces where people are able to use those languages without having to think about whether or not they are speaking a standard language, an international language, an indigenous language, a threatened language. All of these terms in themselves, I think, carry anxieties, like colonial anxieties about how do you preserve languages. And as I say, the most quote-unquote primitive technology, radio, television, newspapers, broadcasting. In South Africa, people often use WhatsApp to write in indigenous languages. So they write, when they write to their own families, they use WhatsApp, even though at school they are being told that they have to speak English as an international language. So one of the things that I would say, as what I've experienced in my own work, is that most people don't even realize just how much material has been created in indigenous languages by people who were living 100 years ago, who were already envisioning the decolonization of South Africa. And often much of that material is sitting in libraries and archives and simply needs somebody to go and open it and reanimate it. So my first point that I'd like to make is, I think one of the ways in which South Africa can contribute is to show that the school classroom is often, or the school curriculum or university curriculum is often not the best place to actually have debates about decolonization, because it is often an older generation of people who reinforce colonial ideas by telling children, grandchildren, nephews, nieces that no, you need to learn English because English is an international language. Don't bother with your own language. And it is those people who often need to be decolonized. And I know it sounds very strange because most of us want that joy of having a school curriculum that reflects us. But it is often an older generation of people who reinforce colonial ideas, and they are the ones who often need to be decolonized. And they are the ones who, in some ways, become the voice of the colonizer, even though they are indigenous, even though they belong to the same language group as you. So that's the first contribution that I'd like to make, and I'll pause there.
Thank you very much. A lot of curious thoughts. I would like to invite Martin to think or reflect on, and specifically, yes, this last point of how Anna mentioned, internal colonization that you, Klunifa, pointed about. I think it's something that we could discuss in the Crimean context as well. So my question would be, is it possible for to think about decolonization of Crimean Tatars without rethinking what we know about them in Ukraine, what we think, and how do post-colonial history of Crimea, how is it supposed to be treated in Ukraine? Are there some principles that we create inside the country, and maybe that are supposed to be rethought?
Thank you for the question. And in the way you ask it, there is already a problem of what exactly is decolonization of Crimean history, because there is always a kind of dilemma we are facing, not only in Ukraine, not only in the case with Crimean history, but in a broader context. We can easily agree that the oppressor or colonizer is responsible for colonization and oppression, but who should be responsible for the decolonization process? Who should deal with consequences of colonization in the context of the so-called modernity? What are the actions we are waiting from those who were previously decolonized, who were previously colonized, and how they should act in this context? The same goes with the Crimean Tatars. If I stand on the ground that Ukraine and Ukrainian academia, Ukrainian scholars are responsible for the way Ukrainian historical narrative is mentioning Crimean Tatars, and what image was created for a long period of time, and to some extent is still present in this historical discourse of talking about Crimea and writing about Crimea. Surely it's deeply inherited into the colonial structure we were talking previously. But at the same time, who is going to rewrite this narrative? Who is going to lead the way for the way how it will be resynced? Because we can agree on some basic principles according to which it will be done, like, as I said previously, agency of those who were colonized, and attention to their voices, which in history means just sources, to embed in sources which are coming from the community or the nation who were previously colonized, and many other principles that can be mentioned here. But we need an intention which is coming from below, because decolonization, as previously, is rather a mindset than a theory, a methodological theory that can be used as an approach in writing history or doing any other kind of research. So this decolonial mindset, I believe, should be grassrooted and horizontal, but at the same time, in some picture-perfect context, the right situation should be created for this intention to arise, to appear. And for the last 3 years, we are talking about that in Ukraine, this moment is happening now. There are more and more attention be paid to the problem of how we used to write history previously, even our own history. And the same goes with Crimea as a part of Ukraine, how we used to write Crimean history. To some extent, academia is slow and inert, and it's okay, because academia as an institution supposed to be so inert. We can easily name a dozens of brilliant people from academia who are proactive and who can reflect easily on many issues on every occasion, but academia is usually inert. But in the case with Ukrainian academia, this period of inertia is too long, because it started with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and I'm not sure we can point find a point in time when it's actually finished, when it's actually ended, because 2022 wasn't the end of this post-colonial period of critique and understanding of our colonial past. What can make this situation better, I personally believe, is just a mutual understanding which will help the whole situation be reshaped, as I said previously, undone and redone. Because we can talk a lot about decolonization of Crimean history and Crimean Tatar history, but I'm not sure that Ukrainians should rewrite it even from the most decolonial ground, according to most decolonial principle. It should be rewritten by Crimean Tatars according to our way of dealing with epistemic violence and other colonial structures which are deeply embodied into the history too. Thank you.
Thank you. I will use this chance to again call and invite Mr. Tander to join us and go through, since we're just talking about Crimea, talk a little bit about the orientalization and exotization. And this is a case that sometimes happens with Tibet as well, as the world media often depict Tibet through this prism of exotism and spirituality. And how do you work with that? And good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. So if you just also could expand a bit on your perception of decolonization, we would be grateful.
Sure. Thank you. I'm very sorry about my voice. I woke up with a terrible cold, so I'll do my best. But greetings to all of you who are there and involved in this noble project, very important conference. And I think, many of you will probably find it easy to understand some of the situation and problems that are relevant to the case of Tibet. And I think, when it comes to the subject of colonial perception, I think one of the major problems that we face comes from the distinction between empire and nation. These days, many people talk about nationalism and also the problems of nationalism. And it's very easy to forget nationalism solves many problems while also creating many problems. And sometimes I think people forget that imperialism also created a lot of problems. And to me, when I think of decolonization, I would rather prefer to see decolonization as an avenue rather than a window. And we have somehow come to this place where self-determination is kind of a forgotten concept. And the reason for that, of course, is, we live in a state-based world. So there is a status quo bias in favor of states. So I think one of the ways in which we can push back against the current structure is by advancing or pushing for complete fulfillment of the right to self-determination as a human right, rather than self-determination as something that belongs to a particular historical window between 1945 and 1970, because if that's how we determine the era of decolonization and self-determination, then that makes it very difficult for the big states and the big empires to dismiss the demands of the small groups and the small nations and the legitimate people's demands for self-determination and say, well, you missed the window. And I think in the case of Tibet, like in the case of many other countries that deserve people who deserve their own self-determination, people who deserve the right to self-determination, we fall outside that window. So I think for us, the big task and the big challenge is to revitalize the discussion of self-determination as a universal human right. That is a promise that is still incomplete, unfulfilled kind of promise for millions of people around the world. So along with that, even the way colonialism is understood or described in many forums these days, people talk about saltwater colonialism, settler colonialism. And I think we, instead of letting other people define it, instead of letting the capitals and the big states and the politicians define it, I think we should actually take it up as our project and define what colonialism is. Colonialism can come in many different shapes and forms. It doesn't always have to come from Europe. It can come from outside of Europe. There are non-European colonizers. So I think those are some of the challenges that I think about. And also the previous speaker mentioned something about language also. And I think it's a really critical subject for many of us because our languages are always getting displaced. They're always getting marginalized. And one of the ways in which the bigger languages try to displace the smaller languages or the minority languages is by talking about usefulness or commercial value of a particular language, right? The market value of a particular language. But I think that's a very much utilitarian way of looking at a language and saying, that views language as a tool. And I think for us, it's important to push back by reconceptualizing language, not just as a tool. Language is not a tool. It's a foundation of humanity. It's a way of being. It shapes who we are, So it is not just the question of like, which language is more useful for my kids to learn? Which language pays off more in the future, right? It is like, which is the language that defines who I am or who we are? Which is the language that shapes our humanity? And I think there is no harm in speaking 2 languages, 4 languages, 5 languages. We have those abilities, right? So those are some of the things that I feel are important. And regarding the exotification, it happens a lot with certain countries that are steeped in religious spirituality. And to the extent that it happens in Crimea, I think it happens a lot with the case of Tibet. And part of that is, owing to the Tibetan Buddhist culture kind of being isolated on the plateau. It comes out of that, and also the Western interaction with Tibet historically over the last 300 or 400 years. But I think it's important to push back against that, or at least add different dimensions to that relationship, because exotification can also be quite dangerous. The problem, one of the key problems with exotification of a particular issue, it may sometimes get you short-term attention. So some people might actually like it because, it brings a spotlight to our cause, or it can bring some short-term attention. But the long-term danger is that exotification will eventually dehumanize who you are. It dehumanizes your struggle. It depoliticizes also and minimizes your needs as a human community or a political group. And And it does that by sometimes glorifying your capabilities or glorifying your spiritual capabilities. And that's always a very easy way to politically dehumanize you and say, well, those are the people who don't actually care that much about self-determination, or they don't care that much about political power. All they care about is spiritual liberation or spiritual freedom. And it can that way it can be a double-edged sword, even when people engage in some kind of self-exotification. So we don't want to be trapped by the rhetoric of exotification. And I think finally, I'll just say, on our part, I think it's important to keep pushing back and keep, rehumanizing our issues and repoliticizing the struggle. At the end of the day, I think repoliticizing the struggle is really important, because sometimes when the situation is difficult, when there is a lot of constraints, there is a tendency among oppressed groups to depoliticize our cause or struggle and say, well, our struggle is not political because we are just fighting for the right to speak our language. Sometimes we'll say our struggle is not political, so please don't attack us. We're just fighting for the right to practice our culture. But the important thing is, whether it's the language you're fighting for, or culture you're trying to preserve, or some other aspects of your traditional identity or traditional medicine or whatever it is, eventually, without fighting for political power and political unity and political preservation, all of those other rights will eventually disappear. You're surrendering all those other rights in the end. So that's why I think we should always try hard never to depoliticize our struggle and our cause. I will leave it here for now, but yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us, and hope you will get well soon. I will take from this word utilitarian and give the word for Leila, because in Central Asia, the Soviet colonial legacy is for a long time is framed as modernization and is like this utilitarian, useful thing to have. So how do you see this perspective affecting people's sense of agency, and especially considering what you are mentioning during all those panels, that the authoritarian regime is still ongoing?
Yeah, thank you very much for this very interesting question. So it is true that the colonization of Central Asia has been presented to us, the indigenous nations, that it was a great gift to us, that Russian people have brought us factories and schools and libraries and so on. And it obviously failed to mention that in the territory which Russia claimed as its own, that there were other civilizations existing in that at that time, the civilizations and states that were demolished, and whose resources have been partitioned and basically consumed by Russian Empire and later Soviet Union for its own purposes. This narrative, however, of basically granting us this great gift of being modernized, and otherwise we would have been left backward and illiterate, stupid barbarians. This narrative has not changed to this day, in fact. And even now, I must also mention that even now the Russian opposition in exile continues to carry this narrative with it, and also continues denying agency to the nations that still continue remaining under control of Russia. For example, Yulia Navalny has actually made a post on social media that caused a lot of stir, especially in decolonial circles, where she spoke very negatively about decolonial efforts of various activists, and she called us decolonizators or something like that. And the Russian politicians that have been rescued from Russia and finally got access to various platforms to speak. They also quite often use these platforms to say that the nations that are held captive within Russia, that they are unable, that they will be unable to function as separate sovereign states, and that the West must do everything possible to ensure that Russia is preserved in its current form, with the only difference of, that country being without Putin or somebody else to replace Putin. But otherwise, they obviously want to keep the same, shape and form and same structure of what Russia actually is currently, which obviously, and we all understand, from its nature, Russia is not a country that can be democratized. It wasn't invented in that way. Its very foundation, its very structure, the essence of its existence, and actually the reason of its existence is anti-democratic. It cannot function in any other way. The only way it can continue functioning is only if it maintains its current autocratic rule, be it with Putin or somebody else. It's not going to make any difference at all. But unfortunately, the good Russians that are traveling the world right now, they continue carrying forward the same narrative that was used during the Soviet times, the propaganda of this great giving with modernization and so on.
Thank you. I think that it is really important to pay attention to these tools like the helplessness that is imposed on states and the countries and the people. As the same tool is the same subtle tool is how colonial and imperial vision is imposed through things like that are less noticeable, like beauty, nostalgia, like how we learn to be compassionate to one people and not to be compassionate to other people. So this is all about aesthetics. It's all about how we see the world. So I guess I would like to have this last round of questions and of answers actually to this point of how do you think aesthetics, our imagination, can be decolonized? Can it be? And what can we do about that? I would invite Anna to start first.
Thank you. Well, I think the colonizing aesthetics begins with asking this: who did we learn what we recognize as beautiful, as important, and who benefits from that definition? Colonial witnesses, as has been said here by our colleague from South Africa, privileges whiteness, European features, European art, Western art, and calls everything else exotic, craft, or folklore, right? Yet, for instance, the women who create this masterpiece that I'm wearing often remain invisible. Her name is Arnolda Rodriguez, by the way, I want to say her name. They're usually underpaid, and these pieces only become news when they are part of a brand, of international brand, or a European designer that takes and copy, whatever they find beautiful because it's exotic in the world. And that is called cultural appropriation. And it is a colonial manifestation. So the colonizing aesthetics is not rejecting beauty, but in it. Reclaiming authorship, reclaiming agency, reclaiming cultural memory, and reclaiming dignity. Here in Ukraine, I saw how empire also attacks symbols of beauty, like this, many, many things that you have suffered. Aesthetics is to protect the beauty that the powerful, the empires, the colonizers try to silence, and to honor the creators behind it, and to rename and to appropriate the original names. It's very important, I think, to see how we want to be called how we want to be named, no, and not to stand that others name us.
Thank you very much. Dear Klunifa, would you mind adding maybe some perspective on that?
I think the first thing that I would like to say is that for me, there can be no politics without beauty. I mean, when we try and imagine who we want to be without the colonial burden, we can't just imagine ourselves sitting in a parliament or having power or being independent. We also have to imagine exactly what we're going to be wearing while we are parading our freedom. So some of you may remember that our dear esteemed former president Nelson Mandela, when he came out of prison, he was wearing a suit and a tie. And soon when he became president, he changed that and he adopted a style of shirt that was not even African, it was from Indonesia, but he adopted it as a way of breaking away from this idea that a president has to wear a suit and a tie. And it was a beautiful way for him to acknowledge all the different peoples of the world who had fought on behalf of South Africa, fought for the end of apartheid. And it was also a way of saying, you don't have to wear a tie and a suit in order to be taken seriously and to be decolonial. So I like that gesture. And as I say, there can be no politics without beauty, because what is it that we're fighting for? What is it that we are imagining? We are imagining exactly a different world in which people are no longer commercially dependent on the Western world to set the trends. And I often get asked to speak at schools about cultural appropriation. And the other side of cultural appropriation is a kind of chauvinistic nativism as well, where people then assume that just because you are reclaiming your culture, it means other people are not invited to your culture. And I often say to people, there's so much beauty in many of our cultures that there's enough to share with other people. So in South Africa, for example, I'll give a very basic example. We have a long history of people from the Southeast Asia coming to South Africa, quote unquote, people from the Indian subcontinent, whatever term you want to use. So on Heritage Day, many people often simply pick what they wear from their own ethnic group. And I say, but why don't you celebrate the other people who have also shaped South Africa, who are from other parts of the world? You can wear a sari on Heritage Day because it is part of our heritage. So for me, it's as I say, that there is something political about beauty, and we need to include it into our conversations in order to get away exactly from this idea that it is only Western clothing and Western culture that is fashionable, that is professional. It's only Western hairstyles. So in South Africa, that is often a big debate about hairstyles and the way you do your hair, that only Western hairstyles, straight hair, that is fashionable or is professional. So all of those issues are political, and we need to find the language in which to speak about a decolonized aesthetic, a decolonized cultural sphere in which people feel comfortable with showing up as themselves instead of trying to emulate someone else's culture because they think that that is the culture that is winning. Because there's also this perception that this is a competition and somebody has to be declared a winner. And I think that is also the colonial mindset, that we are competing with other cultures and somebody has to come out as a winner. We can all win in being beautiful. And as I say, I love thinking about South African heritage as involving also these other cultures that have influenced South Africa, so that we are not just having a discussion about what is quote unquote indigenous, but we are having also a conversation about how indigenous people have taken cultures from somewhere else and made them indigenous and naturalized them and created new forms of aesthetics and beauty, etc., etc. So there's a whole world of beautiful objects that we need to talk about when we talk about what it means to rethink of yourself as a decolonized subject. I'll pause there and allow the other panelists to contribute.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Martin, would you like to add something on this, on aesthetics or nostalgia, or the way we treat history as well in this perspective of aesthetics?
According to established popular image, Crimea is a holiday destination. Yeah, it's a recreation place. It's a place of resort, and since the mid of the 19th century, when after the end of the so-called Crimean War, Crimean Peninsula became a popular holiday destination, first for the Russian elite, then for the Russian ordinary people who were visiting it, for its sea, for its beautiful landscape, for its healthy mountain air, and many other things that are coming together in complex. Surely it was seen through the lens of Orientalism, which was copied by Russians from the West. Surely Crimea and its indigenous people, they were exoticized in many possible ways. Crimean Tatars, indigenous people, Crimea, they were even sexualized in a very colonial way, and we can learn it not from the historical sources, but even from famous Russian writer Anton Chekhov, who was writing about Russian ladies coming to Crimea to hang out with Crimean Tatars, horse riders. Which is a very typical colonial plot about contacts between metropole and the population in the colony. It hadn't disappeared in the 20th century with the establishment of Soviet Union and the emancipation policy and indigenization policy and any other different kinds of policies that Soviet Union at least tried to establish at the very beginning of its existence. With the very end of this period of time, with the very end of 20s in the history of USSR, Crimea was serving the same very role it was played during the imperial period of time as a place of recreation, as a place, as a resort, and it was for the whole 20th century on the same very same role. And Ukraine as an independent state inherited it. Crimea was a place of a popular place for a holiday destination for Ukrainians for more than 2 decades. And now we are facing kind of a challenge because Crimea is occupied for more than 11 years, and we already have a generation of those Ukrainians who have never visited it, even as tourists, who have never visited its infamous places that, like Artek, that kids in our region used to visit before the Russian occupation. At the same time, this image of Crimea as a beautiful resort is too deeply rooted in our public and popular understanding, perception of this place. But Crimea is beautiful. It's really pleasant to visit it and, I don't know, swim in a warm sea and breathe the healthy mountain air. But should it be treated the same way according to decolonial thinking? Should it stay the popular resort after possible deoccupation and decolonization? And who is in charge of deciding what will happen with Crimea, what role it will play? And I had a discussion many times with different people from Crimea, with Crimean Tatars and other people, how the tourism can be ethical. There are different ways and successful practices we can copy from other communities, from other places around the world, like indigenous tourism. But is there a room for another option here? Maybe there are maybe a new way of understanding this landscape, and this geography should be invented and implemented. I'm not sure I have an answer to this question. There's surely a problem of how we are dealing with this image, because there are different dimensions. We can deal with the image through, as we started, through the academia and the way we are writing or rewriting, and how we are putting all these pieces together into new narrative with a critical understanding of how the imperial past influenced it, why the southern coast of Crimean Peninsula is typically a touristic destination, while Crimean Tatars are living mostly in the northern part of Crimea, while at the very beginning of 20th century or before the deportation of 1944, the situation was absolutely different. The mostly Crimean Tatar population were living at the southern coast of Crimea. But as I said previously, there is no answer, because first of all, I'm not feeling myself on the right position to decide and to answer, just to give some symptomatics of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I feel like with each answer we are opening more and more possibilities to make this conversation endless, but unfortunately we need to conclude, so I will give you, Leila, the possibility to answer the question and maybe find a way to summarize this discussion.
Yeah, well, it's quite, to me, it's quite clear of how the Crimea story can be reimagined, and I actually have a very bright example of what I would center that story on. For example, on Crimean Tatar women and activists sitting right here with us at the in the audience. So that would be, a very important angle to focus on, and to tell the story of Crimea through their stories, and through provide the image of Crimea through their eyes. And I think that is the most important angle that we should all, going forward, be focusing on. And that is something that I was quite frustrated with, especially, again, going back to the Russian opposition. I was really hoping that, they show up and maybe they will join our decolonial discourses and we'll find some sort of a support in them. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. And I've been talking with the activists of minorities within Russia, these nations, and they are working on their side as well. So they are centering their stories on themselves, and they are providing the images of their nations, through their own eyes and in their own languages when possible. Unfortunately, many of these languages are also lost. So yes, I think that is the main thing to take away is for us to start focusing on the nations that are fighting for their freedom, the nations that unfortunately remain under control of Russian authorities and are in grave danger. So hopefully we see the liberation of these people in our lifetimes. I really hope for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, in this we conclude this conversation. Thank you very much, everyone who contributed, for all your thoughts. And we have so many questions, but I don't know if we have time for those. Okay, so we do have time, please.
Okay, I will speak Ukrainian, so please use translator, okay?
So I'm a Crimean Tatar artist and activist, and what I'm concerned about is the question of my culture, of my people, of what was going on, is going on, and what will be going on. And when it comes to colonial legacy, until 1928, we used the Arabic alphabet. In 1930, in 1939, the Soviet Union introduced the Cyrillic alphabet, not only in Crimea, but also in Kazakhstan, in Kyrgyzstan, in Uzbekistan, for Turkic people. They were forced to use Cyrillic alphabet. In 1991, when Ukraine became independent, Crimean Tatars wanted to go back to Latin alphabet. That would be a transition. We used both Cyrillic and Latin alphabet, and in 2014, after the Crimea was occupied, unofficially Russia bans Latin alphabet. And to give you an example, Armanchakh children's magazine, they cannot use Latin alphabet to publish their content, and that narrows down the reach of this magazine, because our diaspora is in Turkey, in Romania, in many other countries using Latin alphabet. They don't know Cyrillic letters, and we cannot share our content with them because they won't be able to read it. And I discussed that issue with the magazine manager, and she told me we are pressured not to use Latin even online. I have a list of questions, and ideas. When it comes to diaspora, since Crimea Khanate was annexed in 1873 by Russian Empire, many Crimean Tatars were forced to flee to Bujak. Now it's Romania, and throughout 240 years or more, they, while speaking within families, they preserved the language of Crimean Khanate of the 18th century. So they, throughout these years, they preserved this language. In 1950s, 1960s, the Soviet Union, they wanted to conduct cultural appropriation. They wanted to eradicate Crimean Tatars, and in the schools, they introduced Crimean Tatar language lessons, but it was actually Kazan language. And Kazan ethnicity and Tatars are different peoples. We have a small percentage of, how to put it, commonalities and common roots, but in terms of DNA we are different. The common things is Turkic language. For example, Crimean Tatars is Kipchak group, and when this so-called Tatar language was introduced in schools and children started to learn it, the parents were happy that their children would be able to learn this language. But when children started to talk with them in a different language, parents realized that there is something different, and they took their children away from these classes. So now there are extracurricular activities, dances, culture. That's the only space. When it comes to Crimea, since 2014, because the occupation authorities, they don't allow people to express their own opinion, people started to fight through their culture. And it is going on at the grassroots level with their own costs. There are lots of private schools to learn language. So now when there is this discussion of the new generation not knowing the language, by the way, there is a boom in Crimea in terms of learning Crimean Tatar language. And even now, and I like it that very much, since 2014 in the mainland Ukraine, in Kyiv, in 2 universities, they have Crimean state level, Crimean Tatar language courses. And this is another way for decolonization. The Ukrainians themselves, they started to learn Crimean Tatar language, not because they need it, but because they are interested to know who we are. And as a Crimean Tatar, I really like it. When it comes to how do we engage and how do we promote this language, how do we get it, how do we introduce it in our language? As an artist, I design clothing and I have a separate line where all names are Crimean Tatar words. For example, everyone knows a shirt. I call it kolmek. And this is my way of cultural diplomacy, and everyone who knows my art, my products, they learn that language in that way. If I want to communicate with my compatriots in Romania, in Turkey, and I really like Romania, I don't know Romanian language, they don't know Ukrainian or Russian, the only language in common is Tatar. And when you are there, they are really happy that they have this opportunity to use Crimean Tatar language, because that's unique. And it gives you an impetus to polish your knowledge, because my language is quite related to daily things, and I want to use a political vocabulary, other types of vocabulary to be able to express myself. I really want have a lot of ideas, but I know we are limited in time. Thank you. Denis Pilash, Common Journal.
All your contributions, and it has to be said that it's quite seductive to adhere to a sort of campus thinking when geopolitical is the enemy or my enemy is my friend, and thus Ukrainians often feel how people in other regions lack knowledge about the context of Eastern Europe, Central Europe, the history of Russian imperialism. This gives Russian propaganda the space to play as if Russia is sort of a counterweight to Western imperialists and not just another white colonizer's empire that also was like living beside genocide, assimilation, and all other imperial stuff. But also, for instance, here in Ukraine, you will also find people who would diminish or deny the atrocities that have been done by the Western imperialists, like the English, Americans, Germans, French, and so on. Even today we spoke how we still lack awareness about the indigenous history of Crimea and the Crimean Tatar people. So what are your suggestions how to become this real, consistent anti-colonialists that oppose any sort of colonialism and neocolonialism, no matter from what part of the world it comes?
Thank you very much for the question. I suggest everyone could answer, but briefly.
Well, again, I mean, the decolonial activity is really not, it's not an action, it's more of a process. So it really includes in it a lot of different aspects, as you have mentioned, and some of the others have mentioned. It's reimagining, it's actually reframing and rewriting, in a good sense, reassessing the history from the point of view of a colonized nation. So basically having the ability to go back to things that have happened, reevaluate them for you, for us, for example, our history in Central Asia. For you, that would be Ukrainian history. For the Crimean Tatars, that would be Crimean Tatar history, and so on. So that is a really large part of that. And just continue voicing that narrative, and continue sharing your views, the information, in every possible way, in social media, in newspapers and articles and interviews. So basically, I think it's very important to be able to use any available platform to put forward that information. It's very important. You might think it's not important. It is really important. You might think people know about it because you've talked about it 1,000 times. Somebody else talked about it 1,000,000 times. No. It's like, you know, there are some very simple truths that people repeat on a daily basis and they still don't stick. You know, so it's really important to just keep repeating it until it's there and until most of the people that you need to hear do hear that. So the other aspect to decolonial activity would be ensuring that the people who are trying to preserve the colonial narratives, to ensure that they receive adequate response. So meaning, for example, the various Russian journalists that are functioning now also in exile, unfortunately continue to perpetuate the Kremlin propaganda, thinking that it's very important for them to actually preserve, you know, this image of Russia, and to somehow convince the West, convince Europe in particular, that somehow Russia, for example, is is a part of European civilization. I think that was the last time that I've read Yulia Navalny's speech, for example, and it's not. You know, I think it's very important to be able to challenge these narratives and to come forward with an actual opposite opinion. If that is your opinion, just tell these people who are trying to save and preserve and continue these the imperial narratives that it's not true. Russia is not a part of European civilization, because when you become a part of European civilization, it's not only a geographical matter. You also have to bring your values with it, to it. And so that is a very important aspect of that as well. I think also rethinking your traditions and what you are willing to bring with you into the future is also a very big part of decolonial discourse. So whatever from the past can be carried forward for the next generations. So what is important to impart in the coming generations, I think that is also quite important. So it's very multifaceted field that you can apply it anywhere, really, in academic work, in art, in filmmaking. I don't know, it's anything. You can do anything with it, really.
Thank you. Anyone would like to add something? Yeah. How about the time? Okay, so...
Okay. So Barzan, I can have my question. Thank you all for your perfect speeches you were giving here, but also I'm myself a lawyer, and I am very interested in reconciliation policies and how to integrate the decolonization process into reconciliation and the healing of the society after the conflict. Because in Ukraine we have different histories, we have different levels of histories, like macro history, mini history. So it's basically a lot of voices that should be voiced. But also there is a process when you need to follow the truth-telling instruments, you need to follow all this truth-telling mechanism to reconcile the society, to make these healings for it, and especially into when, like, for example, all these deoccupied regions, all these occupied regions will be deoccupied tomorrow. There will be more than 1 million of people with different thinking, with different mindset, and how to create the the process of decolonization, but also of reconciliation of society, to not evolve into a new conflict, into polarization of societies, because we have different histories in south and west, in north of Ukraine, and also to incorporate all our history into international history, so we do not conflict with our international partners like Poland or Lithuania or even Russia after mass, because we still need to communicate with them in any case. Thank you.
Thank you.
This reminds me of a question that you posed when we were preparing for this panel about if it's possible to decolonize the culture without canceling, and is it possible to the liberalization without anger? And I reflected on that, and I think that at least in the first part, anger is important, righteous anger, and then, yes, reconciliation. But you need first to do this process of anger, because anger is often the first signal of a lie that has been finally named and recognized. But anger, yes, is not and should not be the destination. Decolonization requires moving from anger to rethinking and redefining beauty, and then to creation. I think anger opens the door, and then creation builds the house. So I think, yes, definitely reconciliation should be a destiny, but we have to go through the painful process of recognizing that harm has been done.
Thank you very much. Maybe if Klinifa is still with us, you could add also on the experience of South Africa and Truth and Reconciliation Committee.
So much for giving me the opportunity, and I'm so grateful that I was on this panel. I think so. For many people, they think that reconciliation is a once-off process, but actually, the experience of South Africa is showing that reconciliation is never done. The whole idea is that when you are thinking about reconciling with your former colonizer, you are not thinking about giving them a free pass, because this is how, in the past, people categorized the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that people were given a free pass. And that was not really the truth and the way in which the commission was conceived. You are giving people the opportunity to take responsibility. I mean, this is the way in which I would define the idea of reconciliation, is you are giving people the opportunity to take responsibility for the crimes that they've committed against other people. And the other point that I also want to make is that colonialism in one place is colonialism everywhere. The colonial mindset is an infectious disease and can affect anybody. So in some ways, we all have an interest. Those of us who've been oppressed have an interest in solidarity, so that we are not always fighting these fights alone. And so when we think about, again, reconciliation, South Africa created a particular kind of model of reconciliation, but it shouldn't be the only one. As I say, this conversation should be going on amongst all peoples who have been formerly oppressed and colonized. And it should not be thought of as a once-off, that, oh, we've done reconciliation, now let's get on with life. It's really a continuous process of re-evaluating harm, re-evaluating injustice, and then re-evaluating the concept of repair. How do you undo the history of colonialism? How do you undo the wounds and the suffering and the pain that people have suffered under the colonial regime? So that's what I would like to add as a final comment, that whatever you think about reconciliation, it is not a once-off, and it's not something that only has to happen once. It can happen many, many times as these questions of injustice keep arising.
Thank you very much. I guess, all right. The last question, yeah? Last question for today.
Okay, I have just one remark. Talking about relations between Ukraine and its part Crimea, and we have a lot to do with this process of decolonization. And this is just one remark. Another remark, I would praise you for bringing to the fore this question about aesthetics. And as a small example about aesthetics of decolonization and usefulness of thinking about Crimea as a part of Ukraine and thinking about interaction, aesthetic interaction between Ukraine and Crimea, I would bring just few examples of borrowings from the Crimean Tatar culture into Ukrainian culture. And I will start with the word which Ukrainians use for trousers, which is element of fashion, and they use the Crimean Tatar word, the Turkish word, whereas Turks themselves, and this is shtani, of course, which means underwear, actually. Whereas Turks use the word borrowed from French. Another word, extremely important for Ukraine, the first name of Ukrainian nation is the Cossack nation. But the Cossack, the word itself was appropriated, borrowed, loaned from the Turkish languages, and it was first written in the dictionary of Turkic dialect spoken in the Crimean and in the Mongol Khanate by Italians, and this book is preserved in Venice. So you may trust me. So the Cossack means predator, by the way, not a very pleasing, characteristic, but it was incorporated, and by this name, Ukrainians are even officially known for 400 years. And finally, the final word, meydan, is another Turkish loan word which was combined by Ukrainians with the word euro and expressed aspirations of Ukrainians for their future. That's it.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I'll just, if I can, I do agree with Professor in many ways, especially in terms of bringing for sure Ukraine into the equation when looking at the Crimean Tatar situation. And I can actually even bring up a very similar situation that we have in Central Asia about colonialism, and another layer to it also, and that is the situation, you probably know about it, in Uzbekistan. We have a sovereign republic of Karakalpakstan inside Uzbekistan that is kind of similar in the situation. The problem, however, is it's not only Uzbekistan that has not reconciled, and Uzbeks have not reconciled, just like us, anything with the Russians or Russian imperialism or colonialism, so that discussion didn't even start. But they also started applying much the same methods towards the Karakalpaks that they control, to the point where Karakalpaks right now are not allowed to use Karakalpak language in public spaces in their own republic. So we have a lot of very similar situations from which I think Ukraine and Crimean Tatar diaspora can probably learn a lot, and also see, good examples and also see the bad examples. In terms of reconciliation, I do agree with the previous speaker as well. It's not a one-time thingy. It's not like you can do it once, and it's a very long process as well. And unfortunately, as I have mentioned, the reconciliation with our colonial past with Russia that discussion has not even started. They did not acknowledge. They do not acknowledge. They do not understand. They do not want to talk about it. They are very nervous even about us
raising the issue. And so I know for sure that the scholars that are researching the issue of decolonization in Kyrgyzstan, I don't really go into deep research on that. It's like it's a part of my job, but not as deep. But there are some other colleagues that actually dig very deep, and they do experience a lot of problems with the Russian FSB in Kyrgyzstan, who surveil them, who control them through digital means and so on. So there are issues. They really don't like it. So yeah, it's. I think that process is gonna take a while before anybody will be able to say that the reconciliation process has begun or is at some level where people are able to speak. But again, yes, it's not like you reconcile and you let the colonizer a free pass. It's not. It shouldn't be like that for sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the guests. Thank you, amazing audience and the team of Crimea Global. On this, we finish the conversation about the colonialism, which is completely not over, and I hope all of us will find our own ways. How do we treat this experience and have an amazing last panel ahead of you.
Друзі, дякуємо всім.
Thank you, everyone, dear friends. Let's reassemble here in 15 minutes.
Hello to everyone. Thank you. And as I understand, we can start. This is the last panel. My name is Christopher Russell. I'm a member or board member at Media Initiative for Human Rights, and I'm really happy to be moderating our last panel. Can Latin America contribute to justice in Ukraine? What our plan was to speak in English, but also in Spanish. So if you don't have any devices for translation, you can pick them up there. So,
important number of sessions these last 2 days, and I don't know how many of you coming from legal backgrounds or lawyers in the audience, but for me, when I was hearing these sessions, I couldn't help but to reflect on the role of international law in addressing all of these issues. We've heard about some cases of domestic courts addressing issues to counter these injustices, these attacks on our friends in Kherson, on attacks on our journalist friends, and we've heard fair criticisms about the inability sometimes of international law to address violations of international humanitarian law. And indeed, this is a bit of a troubling moment when we consider rule of law backsliding across various countries today, attacks on international criminal justice institutions such as the International Criminal Court, and we have, some challenges in front of us in accountability for the numerous war crimes that are being committed every day. And we also have some positive developments ahead, though. And I think that this last session we can discuss some really, really important, fascinating achievements and developments that are coming in international justice to address many of these war crimes, violations of international humanitarian law. And it frankly ties right into the topic of Latin America, because Latin America is indeed emerging as one of the most promising regions for broader international support to Ukraine, and our discussion will highlight Latin America's role in supporting justice. And there's a few key themes I think we'll address this evening, and one being the legal architecture and legal relations between Ukraine and Latin America, and the role of Latin American states in supporting the establishment of the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression, the implementation of perhaps ICC arrest warrants, and human rights situations across Latin America as well. We'll have some discussion on perspectives from Latin American viewpoints across various states in Latin America, and actually anticipate that we'll encounter some uniting threads and similarities, parallels perhaps between Latin America's experience in accountability for human rights violations or other grave crimes, and the ongoing efforts of the justice sector here in Ukraine to address those issues. So we have a lot ahead of us, and with that, it's a pleasure for me really to introduce such a esteemed panel we have both here in person and online. First, well, it's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Anton Kornievich. Dr. Kornievich is the director of the Department of International Law at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. He is a leading Ukrainian international lawyer, specializing in public international law, international humanitarian law, international criminal law. And, well, Dr. Kornievich has been instrumental in his role as coordinating the core group on the establishment of the Special Tribunal on the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine. And I'm really looking forward to hearing about his work on that. So welcome, Dr. Kornievich. Yeah, please. Next, joining us online, I should introduce Dr. Felipe Alamino. And Dr. Alamino is postdoctoral researcher at the University of Sao Paulo and founding member of the study group on the international protection of minorities at that university. He's co-organizer of the Permanent Forum on Genocide and Crimes Against Humanity. And additionally, we'll be hearing from him on his really fascinating publication, The Annexation of Crimea, the Concept of Aggression in International Law. So Dr. Alamino, welcome to you as well. Good evening. Next, Uria Fancelli, who we've heard from earlier yesterday. Welcome back to the stage, Uria. And Uria, as we know, is a journalist and an international relations analyst. He's the author of Populism and Denialism, a best-selling book in Brazil, contributing to expanding work he has and scholarship he has on democracy and authoritarianism. So Mr. Fancelli, we know from his political commentary on CNN and Al Jazeera, Global News, and many others. So welcome, Uria, as well. Good evening. Yeah. Back online, we welcome Dr. Hugo Rojas from Chile. Dr. Rojas is a professor of sociology of law, transitional justice, and political sociology at Alberto Hurtado University. Dr. Rojas earned his doctorate from Oxford and a PhD in law from the University of Salamanca, and has made many, many scholarly contributions to the body of human rights law in Latin America. So I'm expecting his contributions to be incredibly fascinating as well. Dr. Rojas, I guess, buenas tardes. Good evening from Kyiv. Nice to see you as well. Welcome. And lastly, last but not least, Mr. Ignacio Montes de Oca, welcome as well. Mr. Ignacio Montes is a journalist and documentary producer, and throughout his career, he's contributed to just a wide variety of documentaries on fascinating cultural issues affecting Latin America. You can find these on the History Channel, National Geographic, the Discovery Channel, and also I should mention your book publication, Tierra de Nadie, No Man's Land, which is a really interesting account on the Falklands War that affected Argentina. So welcome, Mr. Ignacio Montes as well. Thank you. Well, with that said, I think enough talking from my side. Let's move on to our first guest, and that's Dr. Kornievich. We're really fortunate to have you with us today. I'm wondering if we can maybe start with some overview on the international law developments affecting the Special Tribunal on the Crime of Aggression, its connection to justice, to Latin America. You know, what's interesting about this Crime of Aggression Tribunal is it's housed in the Council of Europe, but people may not know that there's indeed Latin American states that are supporting it. If you could maybe talk about your work in establishing this tribunal and the important role of Latin American states contributing to it. Please, the floor is yours.
Good evening, dear colleagues. Thank you so much, dear Christopher. It's a big pleasure and honor to be here today with you, and it's really great that so many of you stayed here this late time, and that accountability is part of this conference. It is really very important and very much appreciated. And of course, I'm foremost grateful to the organizers of the conference, to the Media Initiative for Human Rights, and of course to the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. When I look at the mission, I feel really happy. So it's great that this initiative for the third year in a row, and I hope and I'm sure that it will be a fruitful event throughout the coming years. So I will talk about international law and accountability as a legal advisor of Ukraine. And starting with the special tribunal, I think that the most important thing which we should discuss and explain here during this panel is that the tribunal is not only the European initiative. So it is housed within the Council of Europe. So it will work under the auspices of the Council of Europe, the biggest European regional organization. But it doesn't mean that it is closed to our partners and friends from other regions, in particular from Latin America, Africa, Asia, and other regions of the world. The auspices and the platform of the Council of Europe was chosen as the most fruitful and effective and legitimate way to establish a special tribunal. Again, due to many, many factors, which I'm sure we should not discuss here today because we have a lot of great speakers and great topics, but many of them, like Russia was a member of the Council of Europe both in 2014 and 2022. Russia was sent out from the Council of Europe because of the full-scale invasion. Council of Europe has both moral, political and legal grounds to work on the issue of accountability for the Russia's aggression against Ukraine. So many of these factors really led us all to the idea that the tribunal should be established on the basis of agreement between Ukraine and the Council of Europe. So the main document, founding document, is a document between two subjects of international law. But the inalienable element of the founding documents of the Special Tribunal is in large partial agreement on the management committee of the Special Tribunal. This is the agreement which is yet not in force, which we now currently are finalizing. And by the way, I really hope that by the end of this year, we will be able to finalize its text and maybe then to think about its most efficient adoption throughout the beginning of the next year. But this enlarged partial agreement will be open to any country in the world. So any country which is a member state of the Council of Europe, any country which is in other regions of the world. So states from Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia, Eastern Asia, they will be able to become members or associate members of the Management Committee, make contributions to the activity of the Special Tribunal, participate in the Management Committee, have a representative there, so have a voting right for judges, for prosecutor, for adoption of a budget, for any procedural thing. So for us, this enlarged partial agreement on the Management Committee is an instrument which makes tribunal, our Special Tribunal, a multilateral mechanism. So this is really very important, and that is why we work hard with our partners in other regions to get them on board. And of course, support of intellectuals, of experts from the regions is of utmost importance. So we would greatly appreciate talks in capitals throughout the regions, in particular in Latin America, to talk with us, with Ukraine's legal team, on the matter of the Special Tribunal, and in particular on the matter of possible joining the EPA. So the doors are open, and the tribunal is not linked only to Europe itself. So I believe this is very important. Throughout the work of the core group, we had two Latin American, Central American actually states participating in the work of the core group. We really very much appreciate their input and efforts. So these are Costa Rica and Guatemala. And now all the work on the finalization of the enlarged partial agreement itself and other matters, it is done in the Working Party GT Tribunal in Strasbourg within the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. And there we also now have Costa Rica from the last meeting of the core group. So GT Tribunal is also very open to participation of states from other regions. So we will be happy to see any country from Latin America interested in this endeavor. So very open, very glad to see initiatives and interests in these things. If I may, throughout the time allocated to myself, I would also point out maybe several other issues where Latin America as a region and different states of the region can be of importance for us. So another lacune or loophole which we are now trying to fulfill is the issue of compensations and the initiative to establish the international compensation mechanism. Here, as many of you here in this room know, we already have the Register of Damage, which has already been established and which is now functioning in The Hague. Register of Damage is open to any country of the world. For instance, Australia was the latest country to join the register. Australia is also not in Europe, apparently. So if Latin American states, governments, do have initiatives, if the expert communities there can talk and spread the news about the possibility to join the Register of Damage, this would be of utmost importance also. So mechanism is open. And the second point on this compensations work, and the second element of the international compensation mechanism after the Register of Damage, is the International Claims Commission. And here we do have now a very important date, 16th of December this year, when in The Hague, the Open Convention on the International Claims Commission will be signed. It should be, we hope, a huge day, a huge celebration of law and justice, and we hope to see there in The Hague a lot of leaders of states which will, in this very day, sign the convention. Again, this procedure is open to any country of the world. So whenever we can also think about Latin American friends joining the signing of the International Claims Commission Convention, and then the convention itself with ratification, with participation in the conference, this would be, of course, of utmost importance. So, a special tribunal is established within the Council of Europe. Council of Europe also plays a leading role in the register of damage and in the establishment of the International Claims Commission. But both mechanisms are open, totally open, for states from other regions. And maybe one last point, which I wanted to flag from the very beginning, as again, to throw it into this jar of our discussion, is of course the International Criminal Court, which you know that Ukraine is now a member of. Ukraine ratified the Rome Statute, became the 125th state party of the Rome Statute. So for us, of course, it is very important that the orders of arrest of the ICC for Russian nationals are executed whenever the Russian nationals visit the states which do have obligations before the International Criminal Court as the ICC member states. So 6 nationals, 6 orders of arrest, including for Vladimir Putin. So of course, it is of utmost importance that he himself and other Russian alleged war criminals do not feel that they can openly travel throughout the regions of the world, in particular to Latin America, and that there is no threat for them of being detained and then sent out to The Hague. So it is of utmost importance that all the member states of the ICC, all the states parties of the Rome Statute, execute their obligations before the ICC, including, of course, the states from Latin America, because sometimes we see and hear some rumors about possible visits, about possible contacts. So, of course, it's very important to keep international law at the very heart of all these discussions. And also one last point on the ICC. We all, of course, know how the ICC is threatened now due to some sanctions of some states. And as of now, these sanctions are individual. There is a possibility that individual sanctions will be then, to them will be added institutional sanctions. And with institutional sanctions, there might be some challenges to, in particular, the activity of the International Criminal Court in relation to the investigation of the situation in Ukraine and functioning of the ICC country office here in Kyiv. So for Ukraine, it is of great importance that no matter what happens with the sanctions, hopefully institutional will not be adopted, but nevertheless, no matter what happens, that the ICC remains active and effective on the investigation of the situation in Ukraine, that its country office here in Kyiv is operational and everything works smoothly. So we are now heading up to the Assembly of States Parties of the ICC, which will take place in the beginning of December in The Hague. So it is really important that states, which are states parties to the Rome Statute, join together in this call and active work on efficient ICC keeping its operations. Ukraine always talks in relation to the ICC only about investigation of the situation in Ukraine. We do not make comments on other situations. We are interested in keeping the ICC active in our case. So this is again where Ukraine, together with states from Latin America, with the support of expert society, civil society, NGOs, human rights activists, intellectuals, where we can all contribute to this keeping ICC an effective organ of international criminal justice. I think I will stop here. I think it's pretty much ideal. And I will be happy to try to answer any questions or comments if they appear. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kornievich. From the audience. With that presentation having been made, it's actually a really convenient segue into the next discussion from our online participant, Dr. Alamino. Dr. Alamino, if you're with us, you've just heard Dr. Kornievich's comments on the Special Tribunal of the Crime of Aggression. I'll turn the floor to you. It's perhaps a good segue, given that your research on Crimea has focused on the annexation and looking at that as a crime of aggression. So I turn it over to you, please.
Well, thank you. Good evening, my dear colleagues. Good evening, you all. It's a pleasure to be here with you today at this conference. Before speaking about before starting my speech, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the Crimea Global and for their kind invitation today. Unfortunately, due to agenda issues, I could not be present in Ukraine, and I would especially thank Mr. Russo, who is leading today's discussion. In the course of my research, I have dealt, as you may know, with the problem of the Crimea annexation by the Russian Federation in 2014, and the legal consequences of it. As you may know, there's no aggression treaty, no binding aggression treaty worldwide. Therefore, we use only the 3314 resolution of the United Nations General Assembly, which revives in a certain way the concept of the Politis Litvinov formula, stated at the Convention for the Definition of Aggression from 1933, which was concluded among several states, among them the Soviet Union, for instance. In this resolution, which we may say that as it's a General Assembly resolution, it has no binding force, it's no legally binding. However, it institutes that the aggression is the use of an armed force by a state against the sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of another state, or in any other manner in consonance with the Charter of the United States, of the United Nations, sorry. Still, it says that the first use of armed force by a state in contravention to the Charter may constitute prima facie evidence of an act of aggression. In the 80s, the International Court of Justice, in the case concerning military and paramilitary activities in and against Nicaragua, which was judging the issue against Nicaragua and the United States, although this resolution 3314 may not be legally binding due to its resolution, this case stated that this resolution has a customary principle. Therefore, it is called as customary law, which may become it binding for each and every state. Therefore, we can prosecute states when they commit acts of aggression. And we may say that we could prosecute and try individuals as well. It won't be any nonsense to say it, or anything new in international law, as there was a trial, attempt of trial of the Wilhelm I, the Kaiser of Germany after the First World War. And it continued with this aspect in international law, until the Kampala amendments to the ICC, the International Criminal Court. However, the Kampala amendments was not ratified by many countries. You may know that since the beginning of since the issue of the Kampala amendments, we have less than 50 countries that have ratified it. And speaking specifically from South America, I must say that here Uruguay, Chile, Argentina, Paraguay, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Peru have ratified the document. Well, you may have noticed that I'm Brazilian and I didn't mention my country. And yes, we are a kind of an island in the continent, and Brazil, maybe because we have faced some turbulences in the last years, internal turbulences, I may say, but we did not ratify, or there's no idea of ratification of this document in the next days or months. Therefore, this document has no legal consequences for us. The crime of aggression in Brazil is, I would say, that's inexistent. And it would be no surprise when we are talking about Brazilian domestic law. For instance, as you may know, Brazil is a member of the International Criminal Court, and it is binded with 3 crimes: genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, but no aggression. So if the ICC sends a arrest warrant to Brazil, it is obliged to execute it. Nevertheless, to try or to prosecute and try any person in Brazil for genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes, it's almost impossible or difficult. Brazil has only in its domestic law has only recognized the crime of genocide. And these due to the convention from the 40s, which was called the Conventions to Prevent and the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide of 1948. And these turned to be domestic law since 1956. Sorry, I lost you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we still hear you. You're still with us.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Because I'm not seeing anything now. It's just my pic. It's okay. So Brazil has only in its domestic law genocide as a international crime. We have faced several opportunities, such as the conventions about war crimes or the conventions about crimes against humanity, but Brazil did not ratify it or turned it to be domestic law. And even though we are a member of the International Criminal Court, we did not make, as I must say, our homework, which would be to turn these international crimes into domestic crimes as well. Therefore, there's I may say a hole in our domestic legislation, as we may execute arrest warrants that come from the ICC to Brazil, but we cannot prosecute or try any person in Brazil for these crimes. And this turns out to be very difficult in order to work with the the legal consequences of a future aggression, crimes of aggression court. I won't give you answers, but I'll pose you questions. Would Brazil participate? If so, would Brazil, in order to participate, legislate into domestic law the crime of aggression? Unfortunately, I don't think so. We have had a lot of time to turn international crimes into domestic crimes in Brazil. And I must say, crimes against humanity would be great to Brazil in order to make peace with its past of dictatorship and to prosecute the dictators in Brazil and people who had committed international crimes in Brazil during those years. And we had not. Therefore, I don't think that although Brazil may execute and work with the International Criminal Court whenever it asks Brazil to execute any warrant, I don't think that Brazil would turn our legislation able to, inside at domestic level, prosecute these criminals or even participate in other courts, as we are not fulfilling our domestic needs. I would like to give you more happy and wishful thoughts about our future with criminal law. However, I may bring you these bad comments about Brazil's legislation. Well, I think I will stop here, and I am at your disposal for any questions or comments at the end of our panel. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Alomino, for your presentation. Thank you. Well, I think that rhetorical question you asked is an important one, and it really requires some further consideration of the context within Brazil. And well, we have a speaker with us next who can really jump into these issues of public perception, how Brazilians perceive the war, how Brazilians perceive justice processes given their rich cultural legacy and traditions in Latin America. And I mean, I think we'll focus a bit on media as well, and the importance of informing the Brazilian public and society about the reality to the war in Ukraine right now, because some recent research, I think I should indicate here from the Media Initiative for Human Rights, it found that in the last 8 months alone, there were 76,000 references to the war in Ukraine. And that's about 3 times more than the combined total of both Asia and Africa. So the importance of Brazilian perception and information on the war and how that might influence, as Dr. Alomino was saying, the cultural understanding of justice and legislation and codification of different international crimes really go hand in hand. So it's a pleasure to introduce Ria Fancelli again. So Ria, please, we're so curious to hear about the perceptions and understandings from within Brazil, please.
Well, first of all, I'm so sorry for you. It's the second day, 6 in the afternoon, and you have to hear 2 Brazilians in a row. You know, I know everybody's tired, but I'm going to try to make it as light as I can, because I know that everything we're talking about here, they're all very difficult things. So I'll try my best. If we could put, please put the presentation there. I can change here and try to make it a little bit more dynamic so you all don't fall asleep. And then I'll get started. Is it there yet? Oh yes, there you are. See, everybody's awake. That's the last page. Yeah. Well, we'll start from the back. It's fine. So, as Felipe was saying there, Brazil is in a very particular political situation. Why? Because it's a very fertile ground for authoritarian leaders. Can you see the dates there? There was maybe a week more or less before the full-scale invasion. It took place. Everybody knew that it was about to happen. A lot of different diplomatic bodies from different countries had already moved their staff from Ukraine. They, they called people back because they knew that something was coming. It was something that was dangerous. Even still, this guy there, Jair Bolsonaro, who is now convicted for trying to stage a coup, as you can see, he also likes other authoritarian leaders. He decided to keep his visit to Moscow. And he belongs to the Brazilian far right. And there are some values that are very important for the Brazilian far right, as for instance, freedom of speech. But he's with someone who, doesn't really like freedom of speech. He doesn't really like freedom of press. So we thought that by having an election, things would be very different. And then this guy came along. Wait, where is he? Yes, this guy came along. As you can see, this picture is more recent. It happened in May this year. I think it was the most important date for Russia this year. They had a military parade. And the new Brazilian president, who belongs to the left, that really appreciates some values such as human rights, that has a very huge trauma of something called military dictatorship, authoritarianism. The left, they defend those values. But he decided to keep his visit to Russia. So what do I mean by that? That in a highly polarized country such as Brazil, Russia is able to speak with both sides when they are part of the mainstream of the Brazilian politics. And then now I can go to the beginning of my presentation because I started from the end. I'm gonna hear it for you guys. I wanna read you some headlines from some Brazilian outlets, not in Portuguese, don't worry. I'm not gonna do that to you. But this one said, I'll just read it from here. It says, Putin uses 287 missiles and drones in the largest attack of the Ukrainian war. And this headline was referring to something that happened almost 1 year ago. On the 13th of December, Russia attacked Ukraine at 10:26 in the morning. It was -5 degrees. A lot of millions of brave Ukrainians were running to the shelter. And then 10,000 kilometers away from here, this Brazilian journalist, he decides that he is entitled to write this. And why this is so concerning? Because if you look at, like in the first look, at a first glance, it seems like a normal headline. You don't follow the Ukrainian war, so in a close-by way. It's not something that you read about every day. So basically, you think that you're being informed by this. But the devil is in the details. And there are a lot of details here. The first one would be that under the main headline, he said that action against the energy system was revenge for the use of American missiles and a measure by Biden that Trump called crazy. And that the journalist also highlighted that there were no deaths reported. So basically, you believe that he said the most important things about this piece, that it was a major attack, that Putin was associated with this attack, and that the targets were energy targets. Part of it is true, part of it is not. But the thing is that when he suggests that Russia's action was a revenge from something that the Ukrainians had done in advance, he's suggesting that Russia is only reacting. not that it's actually starting the war, not that it's provoking, that is escalating the war. And there are also many different other very concerning things that come in this single, the single piece. So one of them is that he basically, throughout the, I'm not going to read the entire text for you, but he says that, he insinuates that the fault should be blamed on the West and on Ukraine too. He highlights that Trump calls it a madness, but if you have so little space there, why, instead of trying to explain the context of why Ukraine decided to use the Atacoms against Russia in the first place, why do you decide to only put Trump's reaction calling it a madness? So he somehow legitimates the Russian narrative that Ukraine is responsible for the war. And there are other very concerning informations, but I'm not going to take all of the time to say that. And what shocks me the most is that it was published not in any kind of, small website, not anything. I'm talking about Folha de São Paulo. It is today I would say the most respected newspaper in Brazil. It attracts 100, according to their own data, 114 million unique visitors per month, that together they read about 7.4 billion pages. And according to news reports from Reuters, 54% of Brazilians believe that this outlet is trustworthy. But I'm not saying this to attack Folha de São Paulo, because in fact, if you compare it with all the other outlets in Brazil, and I also have a table that I will show you in the end, I just don't want to get lost in the slides. Among 16 Brazilian outlets, Folha de São Paulo, who normally has a very good stance and covers in a very good way the Ukraine-Russia war, it's among 16 outlets, it was the one that least propagated Russia propaganda. So out of 16, it was in the best position. Because there are some other outlets that do worse things. As for example, one that is called Brasil 247. It's unbelievable the kind of things that they write. And they're very read mostly by the Brazilian left. One of their headlines, recent one from November 7, it said that Ukraine is strengthening its war arsenal and making negotiations harder. Kiev, because they always use the Russian spelling, is seeking missiles and fighter jets from NATO countries. But Donald Trump has been indifferent to the plan. Another one. Business in Ukraine. Ukraine's European and American military allies are supplying Kiev with weapons equipment that ultimately turn against us all. So Ukraine and the West is now putting everybody else in the world in danger. Third one, all from the same website, from 2 days ago, this one. The United States is already looking for a replacement for Zelensky, says former Ukrainian Prime Minister, Minister Azarov. See who you cite. You choose exactly who will say whatever pleases your ideology. According to the former premier, so they don't say who it is, what kind of political stance he has inside Ukraine, how he views this war, but they portray him as if he was almost a representative of the mainstream Ukraine opinion, as if every single Ukrainian believes in things like that. And just one more. Political scientist says Europe does not have the strength to confront Russia. I'm sure that if this guy who says it's from the University of Chicago, then, well, he must be right. So this is the way that Russia propaganda works in Latin America and in Brazil specifically. Because this website, with all these headlines, and headlines that look like a joke, they look like a joke. Only in 2023, in more than 5,600 articles from Sputnik were spread in many different websites. And this one, Brasil 247, was responsible for 43%. It has nearly 10 million readers every month. And to close that, I think that that's the way that Russia propaganda works, because they always try to find legitimacy within local news vehicles that are perceived as respected, but they're actually infiltrated there. And how it relates to everything we're discussing with justice, it's because if you want the public, the population of these countries, of these Latin American countries, to demand from their leaders that they do enough policies, that they approve certain laws to make war criminals accountable for their crimes, it has to come from people that people need to understand what is going on, so they can demand that changes, domestic changes are made. And they will not demand this if they are deceived by international propaganda, by Russian propaganda. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ria. Yeah, indeed. It's a very fascinating perspective from Brazil. I like how you tied it nicely into this discussion on war crimes and the ICC justice mechanisms and the special tribunal on the crime of aggression. I think one additional institution or body of international law that we will come to next in the next conversation with Dr. Hugo Rojas will be human rights law. And that's perhaps one area he can expand upon, given Chile's experience in documenting and addressing human rights violations. And following this historic judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, which came recently, there were massive implications there and findings on the human rights, systemic human rights violations that occurred in Crimea. So I think it's a good segue now into Dr. Rojas's presentation. So Dr. Rojas, if you're with us, I'll hand over the floor to you. Great.
Thank you so much. I would like to share a PowerPoint. Thank you so much for the invitation. And it's difficult to speak after two wonderful Brazilians, but I'll try my best. I will share now I hope you can see the presentation.
Not yet.
Is it?
Now we see it. Great.
Right. Yeah. Fantastic. So I will, briefly, in my 10 minutes, I would like to share with you 4 important lessons from the Chilean experience that could help strengthening human rights protection in Ukraine. First of all, I want to refer to the lessons we have learned in Latin America on how to document human rights violations. 6 years ago, a group of scholars from Ibero-Americana University in Mexico, Javeriana University in Colombia, University of London Goldsmith, and Alberto Hurtado University conducted 36 interviews with civil society organizations and also with public institutions that documented cases and built archives which are very valuable today. We systematized those interviews and wrote a document that I'm sharing with you. This presentation, the organizers already have it, so you can have the full document. Because of time, I cannot go over the 64 recommendations. They're very concrete and could help on how to document, how to protect the information, how to decide what to do regarding data protection, how to inform family members about it, who has access to these files, how to use these records in judicial proceedings, and also to conduct some intelligence work and so on. So these lessons I consider highly valuable for Ukraine, Crimea at this moment. So I'm gonna leave it for now here, but I want to emphasize how important it is to keep a parallel registration system from civil society in collaboration with the government. There you can see the themes we work are 10, how we plan a registration system, how we engage citizens' participation, how we build a robust system collaborating among the different institutions, how we define the content of the files of the registrations we're doing. The use of technologies is essential for these actions right now, how we protect and preserve with a high quality all of this information, who has access, how we disseminate and use them now, for example, in education purposes. So never again human rights are violated in Chile. Then training and lessons. I must say that the interviews were not only conducted in Chile, also in Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico. Now, the second component of my presentation that I want to share with you is how we're using artificial intelligence and new technologies. And here we are working with several institutions from the state of Chile, but also from civil society, like the Vicariate of Solidarity or Londres 38 or No Buscamos. And also, we are collaborating with similar teams that are in Argentina, in Uruguay, and Mexico. It's an interdisciplinary work with people from history, social science, human rights, computer science, etc. So I want to share some of the work we're doing. We have different formats, photos, documents, and audios, and we convert all of this material into text and from text to entities, and this help us building graph of knowledge. Of course, we can rely completely in artificial intelligence, and we are evaluating every step. So this is a human in the loop. We have students helping us validating if our findings are correct. And let me show you how this works. These are events. Then we have the different formats: audio, photograph, letters, documents, official records. All of this is converted into a huge corpus of information where we have the entities. So what's the idea? We ask questions about any person, then immediately we will look for all the records we have. And so, for example, if we ask for a person known as Pedro Gomez, then the answer we get immediately in a second is that he was arrested in the National Stadium, and we have the evidence instantly, and also we have the photograph. So that's what we're trying to do, building from all thousands and thousands of sources to get everything set. For example, now we're reviewing criminal cases 50 years ago, and this is an example I prepared for you. Juan Quiñones, he was arrested in 1976. He was 31 years old, and he disappeared and has never been found. So we put all the information into a knowledge graph. Here are names of people who were connected with him, locations, actions are in the lines marking with writing in black. This is the knowledge graph of just one person, Quiñones, who is at the center. We already know the entities, and we can get instant answers. For example, in this case, we are asking the computer if it can give us a chronology of the judicial cases related to Quiñones. And in 1 second, we have a full explanation. I have to be honest with you, before using artificial intelligence, I was doing all of this work manually, and it took months just to analyze one case. These human rights cases in Chile that have been with us for more than 50 years could have more than 10,000, 20,000 pages. So to analyze each case, it takes forever. And right now in Chile, we have 1,050 human rights cases that are pending in our courts. So we have to speed up because victims who survived, are getting old and dying. Also the perpetrators and the witness. So we really we are really running out of time. So I'm sharing all of this with you because I think it is essential to work with artificial intelligence and the new technologies. Of course, you have to be cautious, and I will share part of the safeguards we are using with our work. But to write this summary, and it honestly, it could take a full month of my work, and right now I'm getting it in 1 second. And the same if I ask questions trying to find out where this Mr. Quiñones was, and I get a full knowledge of the locations where he was observed, where he was detained, where he disappeared. I also get responses. For example, if I ask who was involved in Quiñones' death, there's a specific answer in this example. Someone, the nickname is El Loco, the name of the perpetrator is Jose Pernau, and then I get access to the sources and then an explanation. It tells me exactly the page of my archive where I'm getting the evidence. Here is a question about who really was the perpetrator of Juan Quiñones, and so on. So I'll leave it there. That's the second aspect that I wanted to share with you. I imagine you're using full technology, but I have to say we are developing our own programs. We are not relying on Google or servers that we do not control. Everything has to be prepared domestically in our own facilities with our own masters and PhD students, because this is all sensitive material. We do not want it to end in any large corporation in the world that could have access to this. The third part of my presentation, I want to share with you that in Latin America, we have developed a robust corpus of theory and empirical work on human rights, mainly based on the decisions taken by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And I suggest Ukrainian experts to pay attention on the developments here, because you can invoke them later on in your cases. You can check the strategies used by those victims who are demanding their states, and also to analyze the responses coming from the state officials in these strategic litigation cases. So, I'm going to share now 5 important ideas that could be used for you. And in the next slide, I'm going to share the most important cases. As I said, you have the PowerPoint and the material is in English, and you can analyze it carefully later on. The first thing I want to share is, according to the Inter-American human rights system, self-amnesty laws are not applicable. They contravene the American Convention on Human Rights. The second has to do with the statute of limitation. In crimes against humanity, it does not correspond to talk about statute of limitation. That is known in our legal system as the non-prescriptibility principle. I also want to share with you that gender perspective enter the jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and it's important to combat impunity committed and actions committed against women. I also think the developments in the notion of the civil compensation for the families and the victims is relevant. So you need experts in civil law and torts. And also, finally, in the Inter-American Court of Human Rights is this new concept that we use known as comprehensive reparation. So it's not just reparation alone. This needs to be integral, comprehensive for all victims and families. So we have very good cases that you could look later on. These are 15. These are the ones that I would suggest you to study more carefully to get the reasoning behind the arguments of the judges that accepted the demands coming from the victims. So there are cases against the state of Chile, the state of Peru, state of Mexico, state of Brazil, El Salvador, Guatemala, Argentina, Colombia. So there's a different countries in Latin America that didn't respect human rights of their citizens, and now they are being sanctioned by the Court of Human Rights, Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And the last point I would like to share with you is some insights from Chile's experience in pursuing transitional justice, and I'm sorry if I'm not going to share some wonderful news with you. The first concern is that the transitional justice process can span several decades. So it is essential to prepare for an intergenerational horizon. I encourage you to start working right now with younger generation, trespassing the information and the decisions taken already to them so they are prepared to take the post in a few years and follow the work you're doing right now. That has happened to us after 35 years of transitional justice in Chile, and we continue until we find the remains of those who disappeared. The second, it is crucial to monitor what are the progresses or achievements and what are the pending challenges in the 5 pillars of transitional justice. As you know, the notion of transitional justice considers 5 pillars. One is, what are we doing in the search for truth? The second, how are we sanctioning those who are responsible? The third is, what are we doing in terms of reparation policies for the victims and the relatives? The fourth one is how we remember what happened in the past, how we remember or commemorate those traumatic events. And the last one is, what changes are we doing at the institutional level and also in the culture of citizens so we secure that never again human rights violation occur. And we use a matrix where we put these 5 pillars, and then we mention exactly what are our achievements and what are the pending challenges per each pillar. So for example, it took us in Chile 20 years to inaugurate the Museum of Memory. It took us 25 years to create the Undersecretariat for Human Rights. It took 20 years to create the National Institute on Human Rights. So it has taken, this has been step by step, and to be very honest with you, only because of the pressure coming from victims and human rights organizations. And they are the ones who are providing the energy to continue. The third comment I want to transfer to you is that this requires the participation and contributions from multiple disciplines. You can't rely on just one center of gravity. Transitional justice involves knowledge from the laws professors and students and practitioners, but also from anthropologists, psychologists, not only clinical psychologists, also social psychologists, medicine, all the subdisciplines from medicine, journalism, the engineers, arts, sociology, history, archaeology, biology, chemistry. I mean, you need to start working together, crossing boundaries, trespassing information from one department to another, and so on. The fourth is that this requires building bridges between the state and civil society. Human rights organizations are working in Chile with universities, pushing public officers to try harder to offer reparations and justice to victims, and so on. So I foster participatory process. And the last thing, it took us a long time to understand in Chile that we need the participation of victims and their families. That is indispensable for identifying all the harms and also in turn shaping comprehensive reparation policies. We started in our transition with a very bureaucratic mind, believing that all the solutions were going to come out from the offices of bureaucrats. And that wasn't correct, because the decisions sometimes they took was not appropriate for the needs of victims. And that's why I hope you have a full participatory process with victims. So I leave it here. I hope these 4 ideas help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rojas. Thank you. Wow, indeed, that was such a fascinating presentation. There's so much, insight and policy prescriptions you offer us on this last slide. I was really moved and couldn't help but find parallels between your comments and your work, your impressive work with use of AI in identifying perhaps missing persons, and I can't help but draw some parallels to the work of Ukrainian prosecutors, of Ukrainian civil society organizations who are identifying a lot of interesting parallels, and I think you offer some really valuable guidance and suggestions and ideas and experiences to share. And the last point, which really hit me, was your reference to the time and the long arc of moral justice, and how that I should say the long arc of the moral universe, as Martin Luther King quoted, and how justice tends to bend towards history eventually, and coming back eventually to find justice, I should say, after so many years of your work there. So I congratulate you on your achievements with this research. So well done. I move on to our last panelist. It's a pleasure to turn back around from Brazil to Chile, and then coming back around again to Argentina. With us is Mr. Ignacio Montes de Oca, and I understand you have some really fascinating observations to share with us on justice processes in Argentina, including one topic we haven't discussed just yet, which is the use of universal jurisdiction. So it's amazing to hear about that experience and also your observations from Argentina. Please.
Thank you to the organizers and the Ukrainian people for the hospitality. But since I came to Ukraine, I changed some of my point of view about the war. Because of this, I need to change my speak and improvise. And because of this, I will speak in Spanish for those who have no the device. Okay. Turn to Spanish. Bueno.
Коли мене запросили, я подумав, що ж я можу зробити, Латинська Америка може зробити для України. Як вона може допомогти У нас є технологія дуже важлива, тому що ми пережили процес диктатури між 76 до 83 року, коли були політичні вбивства і були особи, які були зникли з безвісті і викрадені діти, так само, як зараз відбувається в Україні. Я подумав, що ми можемо внести, яким своїм досвідом можемо поділитися. Я завершую цю панель і Уря розповідав про Бразилію, інший панеліст розповідав про Чилі. А що ж може зробити Латинська Америка? Коли ми вийшли з цього етапу диктатури, я опублікував книгу «Ніколи знову». Не тільки означає «ніколи знову», а також, що це зовсім не повинно мати місце. Ніколи. Досвід латиноамериканців допомагає думати про майбутнє і робити план для того, щоб разом працювати. Тому що в Україні перше питання постає, як же ми можемо, як ми, латиноамериканці, можемо допомогти. Солідарність – це прекрасно, але цього мало. Також фінансові ресурси – це також замало. Емпатія – також це замало. Коли ви розумієте об'єм, кількість кримінальних злочинів, які скоїла Росія.
Primero hay que explicar a la gente qué es lo que está sucediendo, pero tenemos poderosa. Es muy poderosa. Son horribles fabricando tanques. Horribles. Sus torres.
Right now, Russia is producing a lot of tanks.
Tenemos que lograr llegar al público. Cuando digo tenemos es porque ya no se trata de ustedes. Esto no es solamente Ucrania. Esto es una lucha.
This is not only about Ukraine. This is about democracy, freedom. It's about human rights. The experience of Latin America. What we need to fight this huge amount of propaganda. Russia is disseminating propaganda together with China, Iran. There is the Span TV channel, which is translated into Portuguese. And everything Putin says, they just repeat it. So do we, as Uriah said. This is applicable not only to the left, but also to what many people that they and their support for Russian propaganda. But we need to start and coordinate our activities more. We need to ensure more coordination. We need to tell that we are free people and we need to resist this propaganda. Okay, so we need to improve our communication. We need to tell stories about different things to make sure that we work with data. Because there is aggressor, there are victims, and the aggressor commits killings and murders. And we need to collect data, collect information. How many missiles were launched by Russia since the start of the war? How many missiles were targeting hospitals, schools, residential buildings? How many children were abducted, where they are? We need to find names of perpetrators to identify them. All these things, data, information, documenting, we need all this information to counter propaganda. We need to focus on the facts. And also, we need to understand that we are on the right side. Once in the future this war will be over, Ukraine will be victorious, that's a spoiler. But our task will not end there. Our job will be to make sure that it doesn't recur, it doesn't repeat itself. We need to work with the justice system that right now is imperfect. We need to work and make sure that perpetrators are held accountable, and not when they are old. That's why we need this data, we need this evidence about these children, 20,000 children, and we need to understand what we are going to do after the war. We should not forget about this. And the forgetfulness is a form of impunity. When there is no justice, when we forget things, it's the worst that can happen. We have to work with assets, seized assets from Russia. We need to use them to compensate Ukraine. And every perpetrator, we need to identify them. We need to understand where they are, what they do. And this is a huge scope of work. And in my book, Never Again, I indicated all the places and names and all victims of these crimes. We have to do that. And not only for Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine has the priority, but there is information that we share with everyone, and this information is accessible not only to Ukrainians. We need to think not only about the future, we need also to fight the propaganda. The governments, they come and go, but Ukrainians' intentions, they remain unchanged. And the pressure, public pressure and diplomatic efforts are important in this regard. We need to provide more information to inspire hope, inspire empathy from other governments. This is the plan for us, for what we have to do. I gave the names Ruiseñor, which means nightingale. This is a bird, very famous bird in Ukraine. And when somebody listens to a nightingale, They are consumed by this song. This is a beautiful song by this bird, and the truth should be as beautiful as it is. And apart from justice, memory is also important. And we need to do better to make sure that different journalists, different outlets work together in Ukraine, as well as in other countries like Nigeria, in other conflicts. But we can start here in Ukraine. We have the tools, we have the motives and intentions of the perpetrators. There are 500 million people speaking Spanish, and we can talk to them. We can talk to them about these crimes, and this is a very powerful tool, powerful weapon. It can kill propaganda, however powerful it is. If we do this together, if we concentrate our efforts, because the truth is on our side, and our enemy and the propaganda they are spreading, they will be defeated. And we will fight for this and do our best. Thank you.
Marks, we've just heard from you. I know our time is really running low, and I understand, Uriah, maybe you need to take off shortly here. Sure, understood. Okay, great. I think with time limitations running low, if there's any questions from the audience, we could quickly squeeze in here in the last few minutes before closing this panel. I would turn to the audience now. So, any questions? Yes, please.
Thank you, first of all, to the organizers and the panelists for this great and interesting discussion. My name is Ivan Fichko. I am the leading specialist on Latin America at the Foreign Policy Council Ukrainian Prism. And just before the panel, I gave an interview to one Ukrainian TV channel about the sensitive and discussable topic about the US actions towards Venezuela. And here I think we have a dilemma, because on the one hand, we can all agree that Venezuela regime is authoritarian and the democracy should be restored in Venezuela. But on the other hand, we understand that when US takes any actions in Venezuela, then Moscow propaganda, Russian propaganda in the region start to talk that if US do this, so let's do anything in Ukraine, for example, or in any other part of our hemisphere, because due to this false narrative, it's like the same situation. So my question to the panelists, do you see the risk here, and how can we stand to this? How can we prevent these narratives and this propaganda and explain that this is completely different situation? Thank you.
Please.
So I think that, of course, here maybe our colleagues from the region are very well equipped with the answers. But I think that from the legal point of view, there is a very important exception which deals with Russia's actions, which we will not see in Venezuela if something happens, and which we do not see in other regions, in other armed conflicts. Russia commits attempted annexation. And attempted annexation was committed after the World War II only once before Russia's attempted annexations of Ukraine's regions. I think that this is the biggest exception and biggest argument that neither the United States nor any European major power never went for something which could amount to attempted annexation. And I think that this is the greatest difference. And Moscow will always use analogies. They will say, no, Crimea was not the first, because there were something in Balkans, there was something in other regions. We shouldn't listen to that. I think that the legal answer is this attempted annexation. This is really sine qua non of Russia's illegal actions.
Let's start in Ukraine. Then we see.
Perhaps Dr. Alamino or Dr. Rojas online, any comments from your side on that question? Maybe not.
Well, I agree with Dr. Kornievich. It's a different perspective when we talk about Venezuela. It may be we may face some aggressions against Venezuela with the attacks coming from the United States that are maybe planned. We don't really know, and which and some that are now occurring in the sea. However, there's a big difference, as was pinpointed by Dr. Kornievich. It's aggression. It may be an aggression, but there's no comparison with the temptation, the tentative of annexation by the Russian Federation of parts or the entire Ukraine to its territory. So both are aggressions, but different kinds of it. And the Ukrainian one is more troublesome due to this annexation problem.
Thank you. I think I saw one more hand up. Yes, please.
Hello, Igor Belyan, Detector Media and expert network of Crimea platform. I have a question about accountability of Russian propaganda actors, because we do hope that all these people who will spread Russian propaganda all across the world, including in America, will be held accountable. And my question is following how Latin America can help us in this. Thank you.
How can Latin America help? With resources, with cooperation, with support in terms of I don't know how to explain this, but it's in the media, in the social networks, we are 500 millions of people. Is enough support for you? Look, Ukraine needs many things, but especially not to be alone. We can support you, we can send you many things, but without this support, if you are alone, nothing happens. We also can send you soldiers if you want, but if you don't need this artillery. You need artillery. Okay, that never happens. We only can send you or support or empathy. Sorry, but it's the reality.
Can I jump in this question?
Yes, please.
I agree. From Latin America, we are supporting Ukraine fully. We are ready to trespass all the knowledge we have and the experiences and the lessons that have been painful for decades, but we are ready to transfer all of this information to Ukraine when you need it. It could be remotely or by present, as some of our friends from Latin America are with you today. Unfortunately, Latin America has a history of aggressions from the United States. And this is not only in the Cold War, it began before. We can remember what happened in Puerto Rico, in Cuba, the military coups organized by the CIA and the US in Guatemala and in Chile, and among other countries. We have suffered in Latin America the application of the national security doctrine taught in the School of the Americas in Panama by the US Army to our military personnel. We have suffered for decades the notion of the internal enemy. So we know what is to be under the aggression of a country without the possibilities to defend our most fundamental rights. But we stood up, we resisted, and we protected our sovereignty. There are many pending issues, as my colleague said. This will take decades, but please, Latin America is with Ukraine, and it will be with Ukraine at all times for the suffering you have and the unjust of Russian hostility and activity against you.
We need to create this support. We need to work in this support. I am talking about this, yeah. Yet, it's not enough, but we need to work for increase the support.
I think that's perhaps a good final word to stop on. Let's thank our very talented panelists online, Dr. Rojas, Dr. Alamino, Dr. Anton Kornievich, and of course, Mr. Montes with us as well. Thank you so much.